It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
March Madness Round 1 is now in the books. So is Round 2. Dan Hurley takes shots at the referees once again. And the American League West preview. And much, much more on a new episode of Joba in the Mouth. Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes.
We are back for a new show of Joba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. Hopefully he gets better very, 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 very soon. Our sports minute, Tommy Poops or Tommy Scoops, whatever you want to call him.
No, it's Poops.
It's Poops. Okay, it is Poops. And Owen the Tick Rickner, as we all know him. And I don't know why he calls himself this, but he is the Shador Sanders lover. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays now at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And ladies and gentlemen, you can call us as always, as Jeff has not done that in the last couple of weeks, but when he does, we do surely love those wonderful calls. 631-672-3108. It is pouring here in Long Island, New York. It is not cold. I don't know if you call 50 to 48 degrees cold here in New York, but it's a little moisty outside, so I know a lot of people are distressed and angry.
Did you just use moisty?
Moisty, yes, it's moisty outside. Okay. You know, hey, listen, would you rather me say it was a sponge? I mean, would you rather call me the sponge? And
you could say it's wet.
It is wet. It's moisty. I don't know if is it raining outside still, Tommy. So it's not raining that much. So. To me, it's done. So it's moisty outside. The air is a little moist. So that's Long Island, by the way. But
it's called humidity.
There is no humidity. There is no humidity here in Long Island right now. Definitely not. So, but nevertheless, it is an interesting.
Tell Ben he can go shove a kite. It's 92 in Arizona.
There you go. All right. It's 92.
Ben, Arizona. We love you and the work you do, but you can shove your 92 up your where.
There you go. I mean, Ben loves the dryness. I mean, Speedy is all about dry, right, Speedy?
Depends on the context.
Oh, well. How dry are you?
I don't know.
Are you parched?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking. Anyways, it is a nice rainy day here in Long Island, and I've been dealing with my own stuff, and I got a chance to do a couple of things over the weekend, and watching March Madness gives me agita, okay? It gives me absolute agita, and I got a chance to celebrate a little St. Patty's Day. Went out with one of my friends for a little while on Sunday and got a chance to do something very, very interesting. By the way, I've been having problems with my car for the last couple of days. Speedy, you know all about it. And some people told me it was a hub bearing. Some people thought it was my brakes, which they were already done. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I had the opportunity to go to Goodyear on Sunday before we went out to the parade, and I find out my lug nuts were loose. Okay, so
Aren't your lug nuts always loose?
No, well, maybe in the head, but not on the car. But my lug nuts were loose, which my friend tells me was intentionally done. So somebody either did it, and I actually reached out to my landlord, and he actually looked on the camera. He didn't see anything, but somebody tried to loosen my lug nuts. So I've been dealing with that and trying to figure out who would do something so sick and disturbing. But hey, you know what? I wouldn't doubt anybody that probably listens to this show. But yeah, so I was almost murdered. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to accuse anybody, but something's a little fishy. I don't know who would try to do something like that to me, but nevertheless, I have no enemies, at least so. Anyways, at 9:30, we'll be talking to former Seahawks, Browns, and Cowboys and Colts running back for the first time on our show. Robert Turbin will be joining us. I remember Rob on the Cowboys mostly. I remember him on the Cowboys, a little bit on Seattle, but mainly on the Cowboys for a little bit. So I'm interested to hear what Robert has to say about the Cowboys running back situation. But nevertheless, yeah. So, and I'm sure Robert wasn't the one that was trying to force my lug nuts off my car. So I know he was not the person involved in that. But nevertheless, Rob will be joining us. Speaking of somebody or teams that might be looking for new places to hang out this offseason, the first weekend of March Madness featured a huge majority of favorites advancing to the Sweet 16, with Arkansas being the only double-digit seed advancing. It is the first time since 2007 that the Sweet 16 will not have any seed lower than 10. And it is the first time ever that the Sweet 16 will be all teams from a power conference. The SEC had 7 teams advance to the Sweet 16, the most ever from a conference. With St. John's, UConn, and Creighton losing in the second round, it will be the first time since 2019 without a Big East team in the Sweet 16. 12 out of the 16 top 4 seeds advanced, with only St. John's, Wisconsin, Iowa State, and Texas A&M to be that were eliminated in the second round. Of 48 total March Madness games, only 11 games featured lower seeds winning. The Sweet 16, 7 SEC teams, 4 Big 10 teams, 4 Big 12 teams, and just 1 ACC team, which is the one and only Duke. Not surprised, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of the bracket, which was very interesting, I know a lot of people going up and down, and we will get into the UConn situation. Danny Hurley had some interesting things to say yesterday after the Florida game. I had the opportunity to watch that Florida game, which was absolutely just despicable. But I also think it's despicable how Danny Hurley acted after the game. The games that really stuck out to me were the top seeded teams, and both Duke and Auburn, who I think are the 2 best teams right now still in this tournament, stood out the most. Auburn just ran through Alabama State. They ran through Creighton, and I expect Auburn to beat Michigan. Michigan, I obviously played very, very well. I didn't think that Michigan was even going to get out of the first round, but they got out of the first round, beating San Diego, which I was very surprised. I believe they're one of the best defensive teams in this tournament. And then Texas A&M, which was a shocker. They didn't just beat Texas A&M; they absolutely destroyed them. So I was very impressed with Michigan. Out of all the teams in this tournament, it was Michigan that stood out, and Arkansas. Arkansas has been remarkable. And I have to give a lot of credit to John Calipari. John Calipari is a great head coach. I said that. When it comes to this tournament, it all comes down to great coaching. And I think the tournament and the exceptional defense that Arkansas has played in this tournament. They're big, they're strong, and they're athletic. And you saw it against St. John's, and you saw it in the first round. I was very, very impressed with Arkansas against Kansas. And And Kansas gave them the hardest time. St. John's, where we expected the game to be even more closer than it was, St. John's just didn't show up. They couldn't shoot. All season long, they had problems shooting the three. And St. John's, really all season long, were mostly known as a defensive team. They didn't really have that many shooters. And their best shooter was 3 for 17. Yeah. That's not going to cut it. So obviously, St. John's was not going to get over the hump against Arkansas. And it's all about coaching. Now they're going to Texas. They're going to play against Texas Tech, which is one of your teams, Speedy, that you expect to go to the Final Four. I don't know how this game is going to fall into place, we will get into that on Thursday. But I do believe one thing: Arkansas, because of the coaching and because of their size and the way they play the game, if they play a hard-nosed game against Texas Tech, who likes to play around the perimeter and shoot the ball the way they like to, I think this could be a very close game, like it's been throughout so far the tournament. But again, Drake was very surprising too. I know everybody liked Drake against Missouri. I didn't. I was shocked. But how about the Texas Tech game against Drake in the West? What was that? That was Sunday, right?
Yep.
It was Sunday. I always forget because Saturday and Sunday.
They jumble a lot because there's one of each bracket.
Yes. I thought Drake was very impressive. Against Missouri. I wasn't shocked that Texas Tech completely destroyed them. And it was really in the second half was just absolutely unbelievably dominant by the Texas Tech team. So it was fun. This tournament is very interesting because it's not shocking. It really, nothing shocked you so far in this tournament. I mean, there might be one or two shocking teams like Arkansas that are there right now, but every single one of these teams are supposed to be there. Maryland's supposed to be there. Texas Tech was expected to be there. Obviously, Florida, which we'll get into the whole UConn Florida game. Michigan State is supposed to be here. You know what I mean? We expect that. Also, another team that I was shocked with was Michigan. I did not think Michigan would be here, but not shocking that Michigan is there. Auburn, obviously. And then there's the Duke Blue Devils. By the way, the Duke Blue Devils have won more times with 30 or more points to any team in the nation all season long. Now, everybody knows, anybody that knows me, I am not a Coach Shire fan. I'm not a Coach Shire fan. But, Speedy, what did I tell you just what was it, 24 hours ago? I told you what?
Yeah, you would change your mind if John Shire wins a championship.
I said that if John Shire wins a championship, and it just doesn't just flat out just closely games win a championship. If he completely dominates this tournament, I might reevaluate my thoughts to John Shire.
Did you not hear, though, John Shire's story?
I know John Shire's story. I knew that before you sent that. Okay, I know the whole story about his eye and how he had no NBA career. I could say that for a lot of guys. Jason Williams, who didn't have an NBA career. I could say that about Bobby Hurley, another Duke guy who was I was a big fan of, who got into a car accident and didn't have much of a career. I could go on and on and on and on and on about Duke players that didn't have it. Christian Laettner didn't have a good NBA career because of injuries. So Duke players don't say. Grant Hill, another one, a great player, his first 3 or 4 years, sensational player, gets hurt and was never the same player. So Duke players don't actually have good NBA careers because of health.
Yeah, but you're not talking about careers. You're talking about just like he's a coach now. We're not talking about them playing.
Why did he get the job? Why did he get the job?
Because of what he was.
No, he got the job because Coach K was in love with him. Okay, there was other quality guys.
So where do you take that away? Like, if somebody to the statue of what Coach K is endorses this man, there's obviously underlying facts.
Yeah, there's another thing called NIL too.
Yeah.
That Duke has a lot of.
Let me explain to you. There's a lot of coaches that propose to think that other guys were the perfect fit for that job, and it's fallen apart. I could go in the NBA, I could go in the NHL, I could go in any sport you want, even in the MLB. That Brian Cashman being one of them, thinking that this guy or that guy was going to be better or a great fit for the Yankees, and it really didn't work. So I'm just saying, I don't know if, and John Shire again, NIL deals absolutely benefits, obviously, Duke. And Coach K has a part in obviously recruiting players. If you don't think that he does, well, then you don't know the Duke Blue Devils. You know that Coach K is over there, or at least on the phone with some of these recruited players. How about Cooper Flagg? You think Cooper Flagg, out of all the teams that were recruiting him throughout the offseason last year, Duke was the team that he really wanted to go to?
Mhm.
I doubt it.
He was like a lock.
Doubt it.
He was a lock to go to Gonzaga for a while.
I doubt it. I think it had a lot to do with Coach K obviously reaching out to Flagg and saying that you have the best chance of being an NBA top prospect or the number one pick if you go to Duke, and that I will help obviously help your and benefit you coming and playing for Duke for at least a year, where you're going to be a top 2 pick in the NBA draft. And maybe, hey, Shire could be a great coach. I don't know, but I can tell you what I do know as a player. I couldn't stand watching him. I am a Duke fan. I am a diehard Duke fan, and I hated watching Shire play. I never liked him. Never liked him. He went to the Final Four. I just never liked him as a player. Now, what Patrick Beverly says about him, we're going to just come out of nowhere and say, Pat Bev says it, so we love him. We think that he's going to be great. I'm telling you right now, Shire would have never had a great NBA career. I'm not saying he's not a good NCAA coach, but I think that obviously, being that Coach K is still working with the recruiting teams, recruiting with the team and everything like that, it absolutely benefits Shire in his recruiting classes that he's going to have. Look at the recruiting class that he's going to have next year. It's ridiculous. He's got Speedy, did I not talk about the recruiting class next year?
No, but the legacy of those guys and what they do, like with Coach K, and I'm going to get a Nebraska reference in here early, Speedy, so you can get that in there.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with Tom Osborne and Bob Devaney. When we were national championships in the 70s and the 90s, and obviously we haven't done that. There is, and you're right in this, and I'll give you that, is that they have such presence on getting these people in, right? And be like, hey, this is, how we can move you forward. And I think there's a lot to be said about those things where Coach K is still prevalent. Like, there are still things that T.O., that's what we call him here in Nebraska, where he has his foot in the game. And that's exactly what I think some of these other conglomerates and universities are doing. Obviously, Speedy, like you said, NIL really does change kind of the game a little bit.
But they all have NIL. I mean, Oregon has great NIL. I mean, they have Jordan. They have Jordan.
No, they have Phil Knight.
But they have the Jordan brand over there. Everything is pretty much sponsored by the Jordan as a Jordan brand. So whatever they want, sneakers, shirts, whatever, that comes through Nike and what Jordan brand is all about over there. So
Jordan brand is separate from Nike now.
Yeah, but certain schools are still prided by it the same way. And Michigan is another one, like Oregon.
And Oregon, and by the way, the guy that was part of the Nike running shoes and everything like that is from Oregon.
Right.
So I'm just saying, Oregon has that ability to go out there and use NIL deals with organizations like Nike or Jordan, where they can obviously use that and flag that up to get these guys to go over there. Arizona, I'm not surprised Arizona is moving on against Duke. I said it. I had Arizona going all the way against Duke. I think they lose against Duke. I think it'll be a fun game. Arizona is a very good offensive team. That's what they are. Duke can play multiple ways. And as we saw against Baylor in the beginning of the game, everybody thought that Baylor was going to stay close in the game. And then Duke slowly but surely in the first half pulled away from Baylor. And I love Baylor. And I've really been a supporter of Baylor for the last couple of years. But against this team, a class of this talent, I mean, Proctor's been unbelievable really all season long, especially in the second half of the season. And then obviously we all know what Cooper Flagg is. But Cooper Flagg didn't have one of his best games against Baylor. He did enough. I mean, he went to the line when he needed to, but it was the other guys. It was the secondary players that were out there playing hard-nosed defense, and they were actually scoring. They have a tremendous amount of offense, on and off the bench. So Duke has that ability. Also, BYU, I'm very shocked. I'm shocked that BYU is heading out to the Sweet 16 against the Alabama Crimson Tide. Okay. I like Speedy loves Alabama. He do you have Alabama winning the whole thing?
I do. I have Alabama over Texas Tech. Texas Tech spoils my Iron Bowl final that West has.
I think you rated Alabama too high.
I know. I'm worried about them because the way they play defense.
They did not look good against St. Mary's in certain parts of the game. Even though they won 80-66, they did not look good in certain parts of that game. As a matter of fact, they kept St. Mary's in the game. And they eventually pulled away.
Yeah, because they can't play defense. They just score.
Yeah.
And they say, but they've also said that about Houston. They can't score as much as they play defense. But when they needed to score against Gonzaga, did they? Absolutely. And I think Houston is very dangerous this year. I know Jamie Lee came out and told me, how could you have Houston going all the way to the Final Four? This is a different year. This is a different team. I think Houston has a tremendous amount of size. This defense is as good as any defense in the nation. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If they match up against Duke, again, Duke, as good as they are offensively and defensively, all Houston needs to do is get an early 10 or 9-point lead. They can shut down an offense, and they can shut down the Duke Blue Devils. So I'd be careful on what people think Houston is or what they were in the past. I think they're a lot better than people think they are. And then there's Purdue. I love Purdue. I've always loved Purdue. I had them going all the way to the Final Four and then winning the national championship last year. Obviously, they fell short against UConn. But Purdue this year, they're big, they're strong, as they always are. And they have a very good coach, a guy that obviously knows how to get them further in the tournament year in and year out. They always go deep into the tournament, but always fall short. I think Purdue could be very scary. If they could beat Houston in the Sweet 16, hey, maybe they go to the Final Four and shock everybody. So Purdue has been very impressive to me as well. Kentucky and Tennessee, not surprised both these teams are going on to the Sweet 16. Kentucky, very athletic, good, always good offensive team. And then there's Tennessee, who a lot of people think could have been a number one seed this year. They were sensational all year. Really, the last 5 or 6 games, there's, they've been on and off, but Tennessee is a really good team. And Tennessee's another team that could surprise a lot of people. Knock off Kentucky, and then maybe knock off, one of these other teams like Houston or even Purdue.
They're probably the best chance to knock off Houston in that region because they also have a stifling defense.
Yeah. So I mean, this has been fun. This is not surprise. This has not been a surprising March Madness. It really hasn't been because, like we just said, there's only one double-digit seed moving on in the Sweet 16, which is shocking because you always find somebody that'll surprise you, a 12th seed or an 11th seed that moves further in and maybe gets to the Elite Eight or maybe in the Final Four. Well, this year it's not going to be that way. And we've seen, what was it? Was it 2 years ago? All the number one seeds made it to the Final Four. Was it 2 years ago?
No, it was 3 years ago. 2 years ago was the year that no top 3 seeds made the Final
No
Four.
top,
So,
yeah.
not as before,
top
and
threes, yep.
So it was like 3 years ago for the first time in NCAA history that all number one seeds made it to the finals, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if that is to be true, but it doesn't like.
And that makes a boring bracket, though. That makes a boring bracket when that happens.
I got to find out. One of my guys could look that up. How many number one seeds?
3 years ago, North Carolina was the weird 8th seed, and then it was all chalky teams after that. Duke was a 1, I think. No, I think Gonzaga was a 1, actually. So it was a 1-1 and a 2. So, yeah, it must have been a different year you're thinking of.
No, there was all 4 number one seeds. I remember it was recently. It happened recently. And I think if either it was the first or second time it's ever happened in NCAA history since this bracket was built. And I remember it. But I didn't expect this to happen. There's a very good chance that all of the number one seeds could go to the Final Four. Right now, as it sits, being that the Sweet 16, you have Auburn, you have Duke, you have Houston, and you have Florida. All 4 teams are still in the Sweet 16. Florida did not look good against Houston. UConn. But again, they got past UConn, the national champion, and they still have a very, very good chance to advance to the Elite Eight. If they do, I mean, you could really see all 4 number one seeds go to the Final Four.
But sorry, Speedy, to cut you off, but Manny, and as we have our guys in the background, 2008 was the last time that there was 4 number 1 seeds, and it was Kansas, Memphis, UNC, and
Was
UCLA.
that the only time it happened? Because it doesn't happen all the time.
No, almost never.
Only time. Only time.
Usually there's
Thanks, Fish.
There's always a year that there's once in a while there's no number 1 seeds, but even that's rare. There's usually at least one that makes it. But yeah, there's even in the chalkies year, like I said, 22, where it was Villanova, Kansas, and Duke and North Carolina, like all blue bloods in the finals. That was an 8 seed North Carolina.
I'm looking at Florida. If they beat Maryland, it's a shoo-in. They go to the Final Four. It is a shoo-in. If Florida beats Maryland, which is probably their hardest competition, I think Florida beats Texas Tech, and I think they beat Arkansas. Any one of those teams, they beat them. I think if they beat if Maryland wins, I think they knock off Texas Tech or Arkansas. But Florida could absolutely have an easy way to the Final Four. Auburn, very interesting. Even though Auburn has to play Michigan, then Auburn would have to play Michigan State. That would, if obviously Michigan State beats Ole Miss. I think Michigan State's going to be a problem because obviously we all know Tom Izzo, and we know they know how to win, and Tom Izzo is a national championship coach. So he understands how to win those big games. Auburn, when was the last time they won a national championship in basketball? So, I mean, this is something that Tom Izzo obviously knows the game, and he understands how to win those big, close games. So I think if Florida wins against Maryland, I think it's a shoo-in they make it. Houston beats Purdue. I think they'll have problems against Tennessee. If it's Kentucky, I think Houston, that's a shoo-in for them to make it to the Final Four. I think Duke is a Final Four team no matter who they play against. No matter who. And I'm not saying that because I'm a Duke fan. They're going to beat Arizona. They should beat Arizona. Alabama, BYU. I mean, Alabama will give them problems. But I think Duke, if they play the top of their game, I don't think they can be beaten in this tournament. It all depends on how they play, how they're going to get played, and if Cooper Flagg and these guys are going to be good on the boards, and obviously do what Cooper Flagg got into foul trouble early in the game. He cannot do that against Alabama. He cannot do that against these top teams that are going to put him in situations where he's going to put himself in bad situations in foul trouble. So Cooper Flagg, remember, it's not the NBA where you have 6 fouls and it's 5 fouls and you're out. So I do believe that Duke has another. Duke right now. Duke and Florida are more than likely. Duke definitely Final Four. Florida, if they win this game against Maryland, I think that they're shooing into the Final Four. And then there's Auburn and Houston. This could be all number 1 seeds. I really do believe it's probably going to happen. It'll be a shocking situation. I don't like Florida, but it seems like what happened against UConn, it all fell into their hands. It fell into their laps. And I just think that it might be their year to go to the Final Four.
What's interesting is, like, you wonder how battle tested a lot of these other teams that have been dominating all year are going to be. And to get to that point, Florida had to do it and finally overcome adversity. I think they were winning on their winning streak. They had most of the wins that they had were by double digits before that. So you wonder if they could do that again consistently with a new coach, a relatively rising program as well. They kind of came out of nowhere after being mediocre for a while. And Maryland, same kind of thing. They're rising program with Kevin Willard, ex-Seton Hall coach. Texas Tech, after they lost their coach, same kind of thing in that region.
Disagree, Fish. Pretenders. They're pretenders going to the Sweet 16. They beat the national champion. Yes, it all fell into their lap, but I disagree. I don't think they're pretenders anymore. And if they beat Maryland, I wouldn't call them a pretender because a lot of people and a lot of people's brackets has Maryland going to the Final Four. And I have a friend that has Maryland winning the national championship this year. So I disagree.
And it's interesting, too, because I think a lot of the close game teams are winning in ways that they're not expected to either. Like Houston, for example, against Gonzaga, they're known as a defensive team, but still scored 81 points. And the reason they won that game was offensive rebounding. Michigan, same kind of thing. When they've won both of their games so far, they're pouring it on in the second half on offense. In San Diego, the first game, it was the beginning of the second half, and then they struggled towards the end. And that's why they almost lost that game. But then against Texas A&M was up most of the second half, and Michigan just kept pouring it on after that. And that region's interesting with the coaching matchups because Dusty May coming over from FAU, who just went to to the Final Four 2 years ago as a 9 seed. Usually you don't see that kind of thing right away transform a power program.
Pulled
like
it
that
out of my ass.
that's dealt with so much coaching adversity. And Chris Beer with Ole Miss too just went to a final with Texas Tech when they lost to Virginia. So that coaching battle is going to be very interesting. And Duke is probably the only one, like you said, that's been dominant both games so far. They haven't been exposed yet.
I don't think they're going to be exposed. I don't think Arizona is going to be able to expose them. They don't play defense. And whoever comes out of that next game, who's going to beat the Blue Devils? I mean, if you look at it right now, you're going to trust that BYU, if they beat Alabama, is going to beat Duke? How about Alabama? And I know you have Alabama going into national championship. Could Alabama outduel Duke if all three of these guys, Proctor and Flagg, and who's the other guy? Knuppel plays. Knuppel's been unbelievable in this tournament. He's been the best shooter out of all of them.
At the same thing, too, you got to understand, the 1 seed has won the last 6 of 7 years. Thanks, Fish, for that tidbit. Appreciate you. And it's just tough because, we always want the Cinderella, right? Like, we always want that. But they're a 1 seed for a reason. And it's what makes March Madness great. But also, too, it's also, like, I think about it when, like, we're picking brackets and doing all these other things. And Owen has done his on the toilet. Scoops probably did his on the toilet as well. But it's just like
he had his hands in his pants. Yeah, everything. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's just it's hard to pick against ones because they're a 1 for a reason, right? Like they're a 1 for the reason, and you look at what has transpired through history, and it's been mostly 1s, and that's because of what they are.
Speedy, well, last year, who was my Final Four? I think I had one number 1 in my Final Four.
No, I think you picked all the Final Fours, all the ones last year. I think you picked all the ones
last year.
Yeah,
I
thought you did. Yeah, I'm pretty.
I don't think I did. Not last year. I think the year before I picked all number 1s. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I don't know. Was Baylor a number 1 last year?
No, Baylor. The year you got Baylor right. The year they won.
Did I pick? Did I? I think I had Baylor in the Elite 8. I think last year
they were like a 6th seed.
I think I had them in the Elite 8. But whatever. The fact is, I doubt you remember that anyways. But I do believe that obviously the number 1s are going to be everybody's potential champion. But that doesn't mean anything with March Madness. And the same thing with this football thing that they're doing now with the top 10 teams or top 12 teams now in college football. You can't predict that these number 1 seeds are going to win the national championship. So that's what makes these tournaments so fun and to bet on, because obviously somebody's going to have a perfect bracket right now. And they're going to be like, oh, I got a perfect bracket in the Sweet 16. And then others are going to say, wow, I have like 3 teams in the bracket, and my brackets is absolutely incredibly horrible. And then there are guys like me that still has probably about, if there's 16 teams, I probably have 10 out of my 16 still in it. But nobody is perfect. These brackets are just, it's really a guess. Wes is all over. We're in a group message with all the handicappers, and they're going back and forth on who's winning and how many, what is the spread and how much are they going to win by and stuff like that. Nobody has. It's a guessing game on what's going to happen because these tournaments are played so differently than the regular basketball season. So again, I was surprised in a lot of these games. I didn't think BYU was going to beat Wisconsin. I didn't think that. All right. So I was surprised. I watched it on Saturday night when I was DJing. I was like shocked. And it came down to the end. And BYU had the lead practically the whole game. And Wisconsin cut it down to 2 with 16 seconds left. And they had the ball. And they screwed up. So
that was the theme for a lot of these games so far. Like these almost comebacks, but not quite. Gonzaga did the same thing. Maryland actually came back, but they were down most of the game. And Michigan, like we were talking about before, did the same thing.
Jabba, what are you eating over there? I mean, I see you munching on something. What are you eating?
Looks like some pasta.
I see him just lift up something. I don't know what that is.
It looked like penne or something.
I know.
Yeah, better believe it is.
Oh, penny? If you're eating penny over there, you got it's nothing like it is over here, man. That's
well,
like,
I know that's what I miss most about that is the damn food. But
who made that? Your woman?
Yeah, duh.
All right. I don't know. Maybe you cook. Maybe she doesn't cook.
No,
You're-
I do, but usually I order like.
You're a barbecue guy. I know what you are. You're one of those barbecue guys. Pork, like, give me some pork, baby. Give me some hamburgers.
I believe it.
I actually went to my urologist today, and I was wondering why I was getting kidney stones. And he told me after my 24-hour urine, and I finally got a chance to go and see him. He told me that it's uric acid that is the cause possibly for my kidney stones. And he said that I eat too much meat. Speedy, you love meat, so you got to be careful with that. The sausages and all that other stuff. So he says I need to drink more water.
That's the gout too. When you get gout.
Oh, yes, it runs in my family. Gout actually runs in my family, so I got to be careful with that. He told me start drinking more water, and if it is high in 4 months, we're going to have to put you on some medicine so you don't get gout in the future. So, and that's for the rest of my life. So he doesn't want to put me on. He doesn't want me to put me on it until he knows for sure that I need it. So that's the scary part of the whole thing, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping I don't get gout, but nevertheless, I'm still kind of young. Don't worry about that right now. But you're
40, you're old.
No, I'm actually still very young, and that's what my doctor told me. And he told me that what is fish? Fish, be quiet, you're sick and you're cracking jokes over here. Keep your 2 cents to yourself. Keep your COVID to yourself, my friend. All right. But to get back into the tournament, Michigan has been a surprise to me. Obviously, Ole Miss. I didn't think Ole Miss was going to go this far. And then obviously Arkansas. But I'm not surprised John Calipari gets his team all the way to Sweet 16, the way he's just been so successful over the years recruiting players. And by the way, this recruiting class was not really his class. I mean, some of these guys were there last year. He recruited some of these guys. So it's been very impressive how these guys really the last 6 games of the season going into the tournament started to play great basketball and been very impressive in this tournament. I was shocked the way they just completely handled St. John's and obviously Rick Pitino. I was just absolutely shocked. Shocked.
They played bigger, and I mean they have some big guys, but
you don't
see St. John's allow that many offensive rebounds.
Yeah, but did you think they were going to outshoot St. John's in the second half of the game?
No.
I didn't. I had no idea they were this good. I watched them bits and pieces throughout the regular season, but because I like John Calipari. I root for John Calipari. He's a New York native. He's a big Knick fan, and I love him. I really, really do love John Calipari. So I want to see him do well, but I didn't want to see him beat Rick Pitino, and I did not want to see him knock off the Johnnies the way he did. I wanted to see the Johnnies versus UConn, the Huskers, in the Elite Eight. I thought that would have been so fun to watch. Obviously a Big East team fight their way into the Final Four. But
Joba would have loved to watch the Huskers in the Elite Eight.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, no, that I don't think that's going to happen for a while. But
really, for a while, I think next year will. I think next year will be the same as it always is. I think he'll recruit again as much as what he said over the last 24 to 48 hours. I still expect Danny Hurley to get a good recruiting class in here.
No, you said Huskers, not Huskies.
Oh, you know what I meant. UConn. All right. That's all I'm going to say. After UConn's second round loss to number 1 seed Florida, Danny Hurley had some explicit language again directed at the referees in this game. Hurley was seen going to the tunnel, dropping multiple F-bombs, and even told Baylor players and coaches, hope you don't get screwed like the ref screwed us. Hurley has been in controversies with the referees on 3 different occasions this season, including telling them to grow up. He also was bragging that he is the best coach in the sport and taunting Creighton fans earlier this year, yelling 2 rings, and back-to-back championships to them. UConn communications director Bobby Mullins reportedly threatened reporter Joey Ellis, who posted the video of Hurley lashing out to the referees. He added that Hurley should have been filmed with his arms around the seniors walking off the court for the last time, rather than getting angry at the referees. The network filming the video, Queen City Sports, stood by their decision to keep the video up, saying it was just a reporter doing his job. Well, Danny Hurley did not look good. Obviously did not look good, but it's a story. Whenever Danny Hurley opens his mouth, it's a story. I don't care what anybody says. I can't tell you why Danny Hurley says the things that he says and opens his mouth the way he does. But again, I'm a sports broadcaster, so I say things that people don't like, but I say it. I feel it. I say it. He really feels he's the greatest coach in the game right now. Could you argue that? 2 back-to-back championships? You can't really argue that. He is right now the best coach in the game. Now, he's not going to the Final Four this year. He's not going for a national championship there this year where he could have been the first to win a three-peat. Nevertheless, what he did in standing up and doing what he does on the court, you have to like him. I don't appreciate the F-bombs, but that's the reporters. That's the video guys taking the video. Yeah, maybe they should have looked at what he was doing, walking off the court with the seniors. I didn't see it, but hey, listen, I wasn't at the game. I'm sure other people saw him walking off the court with the seniors, but nobody's going to say that because when Danny Hurley opens his mouth, it seems like it sticks and it stems like a bee sting. And what he does at the press conferences make no sense. Instead of Danny Hurley stepping back and kind of complimenting the team that beat him, even though I would agree with him, he got screwed. He absolutely got screwed. Nevertheless, I think that he would have been more impressive after saying what he said in the tunnel, going up there to the press and saying, listen, congratulations to Florida, the Florida Gators, even though I believe that, in some points of the game, we feel that we should have won. Congratulations to their unbelievable season and congratulations on moving on to the Sweet 16. But he didn't do that. So it made him look bad. No question. But he is not going to back down for anybody and from anybody. So I respect that Danny Hurley has done and said what he has said over the last 24 to 48 hours. I've gotten text messages from people. Dan, I know you reached out to me before this and said, Danny Hurley shouldn't be bitching and moaning. He always gets great recruiting class. Anybody can coach talented players like this and go all the way as far as he has. I beg to differ. We've seen many great talented teams go all the way to the Sweet 16 and falling short. To win back-to-back titles is not easy. Tell me the last team that's done that. Please tell me. Speedy, you remember?
Florida.
That was the last team. And before that, Duke. Duke was the other team. It doesn't happen. So to say that he's not a good coach and anybody can take this team to the Sweet 16 or the Final Four is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement. Danny,
you don't have to like him, but you have to respect him in the aspect of there's certain things that I always think about, right? And so I don't have to respect you as a person, but I have to respect what your product that you're giving. And coaching is one thing, and Floyd Mayweather's another one. And where it's like, I don't necessarily respect you but you're a smart businessman, you do this, whatever, and however you do it and the ways you go about it. Yeah, I didn't pick UConn just because, when I did it, and
I wasn't pulling anything.
And he's showing this, and and I get that because I show my emotion on my sleeve. But he, you can't take away what he's done. And that's just, I think it was kind of just exactly what you said, though. Just go out with graciousness. Everybody knows who you are, right? But if he would have went out and been like, you know what? We gave everything we got, and you give all this BS or whatever. He's never shown emotion like that because he's never lost.
And he's never had to overcome the adversity yet because they win all their tournament games by double digits usually. Actually, every one of them in their championship run was by double digits.
I absolutely believe that what he says and how he feels is what he really believes, and that you can't attack somebody that is so.
You can't take that away from him.
To me, it brings out the sport. It sells the sport. You want to talk about somebody that wants, next year wants to go in the portal and play for a certain coach. Why wouldn't you want to play for Danny Hurley? Why wouldn't you want to play for him? He sticks up for the players. He's on the players' asses, and he wants them to play hard-nosed basketball. And by the way, That's what he coaches. That's what he preaches. And that's what wins in these tournaments. I am sorry. I disagree with a lot of people. For years, Bobby Knight, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Bobby Knight was the nasty, big mouth personality we've seen over the years. And Bobby Knight won national championships.
I want to get a Jerry Tarkanian fucking towel right now and chew on it, because those are the guys you love, throwing chairs, doing what they did, right?
Yeah, that's what you love. And
Because you don't have it. You don't have it anymore, really.
No, and that's why Danny Hurley is unique. That's why he's different. I think that's why it helps the sport. It's going to help grow the sport. When you talk about Coach K and all those other guys, you're looking for that next tandem of coaches that are going to bring the sport back. John Calipari's old. Rick Pitino is old. How long are they going to stay in the sport? They were talking about John Calipari being 66 or 68 years old. Pitino's closer to 70. How long are these guys staying in the sport?
Well, they showed that too. It was 33 years, 37 years. They've been in 24 tournaments together. They're 2-2 against each other now, 3-2. But they have tenure. But literally, you're creating exactly what you say. And what's the new venture of coaching? Like, we've seen Juwan Howard like get into battles. Like, that's not what like the coaching used to be. Like, it was the chewing on the towels, throwing chairs. It wasn't like getting in battles with like other teams.
Was
It was
Juwan
like,
Howard still with Michigan?
No, because
No.
they had to let him go because of that incident.
Yeah.
That he's talking
Yeah.
about. I was talking
Yeah.
about. He was being very abusive with the players in the huddle. He had to. I think he had to be fired or step down or something like that in 2022.
I remember.
They were an 11th. They were an 11 seed only because he got suspended that year, and they ended up going to the Sweet 16 once he came back. Before I think they lost against Villanova or somebody like that.
You need personalities like that. You really do. And I think a lot of people don't like him because he's aggressive and his notion.
But you know what's changed though, Errol, is the fact that personalities are different. So you have to coach differently. And you don't have those guys. Like, one of my favorite coaches ever told me, as we're doing a workout, there was a guy next to me. He's like, "You look like a rabbit sucking dick." But he was the first
Sounds
person.
like a cool coach.
He was the first person to put his arm around you and tell you why, and like, you be better.
Pain.
And you get kids now, and it's our fault. It is our fault as parents, where you don't get a aspect of them like teaching them, because now when they go somewhere else, like my son being in college, like, you got drug out of a clubhouse, you know exactly what it is. But now it's just hard to try to navigate that. And that's why I think everybody is so gravitated to Hurley, because he's like, I don't give a I grew up with the game. I know what the game is.
His father's famous. He's won 28 national. I mean, the championships.
And I guarantee you, he did the same things
Yeah.
to his son growing up.
Oh,
And
yeah.
taught him that way.
Well, think about it this way. Danny Hurley, if you know anything about Danny Hurley, he was a terrible college basketball player. He played for Princeton. His brother won back-to-back national championships with Duke, with Coach K. And he always thought he was the lower class guy. His father's won 28 or whatever, how many state championships over there in New Jersey, and got offered how many college coaching jobs. And his brother, who's won, he was a great basketball. He was drafted. He was a high draft pick. Obviously didn't have much of an NBA career, and then became a coach. So he wants to make the Hurley family be the biggest and the best family in coaching history. And when Bobby hasn't really been successful like Danny has so far, but Bobby was a successful basketball
Danny went
player.
to Seton Hall, by the way.
Seton Hall. I'm sorry. I thought whatever. Seton Hall, Princeton, whatever. But the fact is Danny Hurley never was really good at college basketball, and he was always trying to find his way. And if anybody knows the story about Danny Hurley, he was trying to find his way, and he was coaching, private high school teams before he even got a chance to coach UConn, and slowly got a college. He got another college job. He showed that he can coach, another college team, and then moved on to UConn and won national championships. So I was obviously very, very impressed with what he's done for college basketball. As a matter of fact, I think he's really helped college basketball bring it to the next level. Now, I know Owen's going to say whatever he's going to say about Danny Hurley and attack Danny Hurley. This is a guy that also thinks Shedeur Sanders is a top 3 pick. But nevertheless, I think Danny Hurley should get a lot of respect, even though a lot of people want to hate him. It's good to hate somebody. You can hate me. I don't care if you hate my takes. The fact is that when you listen to somebody and you're listening to the craziness that he is proposing to believe, that's something that stands out. That's what the NCAA wants. They want somebody that's going to stand out and say things like this that's going to bring more fans to come and watch their game.
Yeah, they don't have it anymore.
No, and
no, they don't,
and
they don't, and that's why they've had the NIL stuff, and a lot of these football schools have really had to grow their basketball programs that same way. That's what we were talking about before. Why 7 SEC teams are in there? Like they've grown all this with the NIL money and all these bigger name, flashier coaches outside of Florida. Like a lot of those teams are
they're all old.
Yeah,
and all the flashy names are old now.
All of them are old. The SEC kind of recycled their coaches. Texas, which I'll talk about later, recycled coaches.
Roy Williams retired. Coach K retired. These guys were two of the greatest.
Almost everybody in the ACC retired that was good coaches, pretty much.
Self is probably going to retire soon. He's getting old. He's got heart problems and all that. He's probably leaving. I mean, they're looking for the next batch. Danny Hurley's young. I mean, Shire's young. These guys are the next batch of guys that everybody's going to want to play for. So I think this is great for basketball. Why is everybody attacking this guy? I don't understand it.
Well, again,
that's great.
Oh, and I know you want to vent on him in a bit, but I just want to mention what we were mentioning the first time in the regular season game when he was doing this. It ends up happening with the repeat offender type of reputation. You wonder how much that affected it, because
it doesn't matter what it is.
I agree with you kind of that they got screwed in a couple calls inside, especially. I think there were some fouls that were kind of tacky too, and they outplayed Florida.
I'm not giving anyone a freaking bareback.
Many aspects of it. Florida had no half-court offense for most of that game, and they finally got it going in the second half. They made some contested threes. They earned their win. I'm not saying that the refs handed it to them necessarily, but there were some tacky calls that I could see where they're coming from.
I'm not doing it to my mom.
And Joba, to your point, I think you were mentioning in college sports, especially in football too, there sometimes can be referee biases within the conferences as well. And you wonder if the SEC kind of has that kind of reputation. But in general, like I think he's building up that kind of reputation against it, which in a first game where he had to be attested in a close game, it finally got to him against a 1 seed. All right, Owen, have at it.
No, I'm not going to really crap on the guy. Like, he's a heel. Like, if you put it in wrestling terms, this is what he does. This is who he is. He wants the attention on him. He wants the drama on him. He wants to show up the refs. And Joba and I've talked, like, when you're a ref, you don't want to be shown up. You don't want to show them up. You kind of just want to let it be. And that's what cost him in this game, I think. I think him attacking the refs, going out on half court, half the time he should be teed up where he's not. Most coaches would be. And he did the same thing with Edey last year. Like, he should have got teed up what he was doing to Edey, getting in his face.
I agree with you.
But he never does. So he doesn't get the calls.
Stop. He's gotten teed many times this year.
The fake crying in the hallway after the game. It's just all this. Hey, who's
you
me
call that fake?
It was fake.
He's fake crying? Come on,
man.
Dude.
It was fake.
Oh,
who's me? And then he's crying like, oh, the national media is unfair to me. They shouldn't be so mean. No, they're not. They're fair because he does what he does. Out in the middle of the court, screaming at the refs, making the show about him. The thing that I'm worried about with him is he is a great coach. I would say he's a top 3 coach in the country right now. But with the kids and the NIL deals, he's never going to get a kid like Cooper Flagg, because Cooper Flagg wants the attention on him. He wants the shoe deals. He wants his name, image, and likeness. You don't see his guys ever getting that.
I disagree.
Because it's about him and his culture and his product. Him on 60 Minutes saying, "Oh, half my guys are going to transfer." Like,
a lot of
it's
always like that, though. I think like
half his guys are going to transfer, and he's going to get
no other coaches out there crying about it. When they said that the transfer portal opened, John Calipari was like, "Oh, crap, that's my day." But Hurley was like, "That's just not fair. Can you believe what they're doing to us?" He would have been like, "Oh, this is who's me." I think it's going to affect his program. I think he's not going to get the top level talent. He'll get a lot of, B players.
I disagree. How many championships has UConn won in the last 10 years?
Probably what, 3?
3. Okay. How many teams have done that?
Yeah, but like the first year
How many,
wasn't his
that's
guys.
my question. How many teams have done it? Answer.
2 other teams probably.
No.
Oh, over the course of history.
In
no.
the last
Oh,
10
yeah.
years.
No, nobody else has done
In
it.
the last 10 years.
Nobody else has done it in the last 10 years.
All right. So you're going to tell me right now a guy that's won back-to-back championships and almost knocked off the Florida Gators, where some people have them winning a national championship. You're going to tell me that nobody's going to want to play for this guy? What are you,
I'm
nuts?
saying not the top level talent. I'm saying
I disagree.
he's not.
I disagree.
Okay, then why is the recruiting classes
build a
not?
lot of the time? I don't think he really needs that kind of thing. Most of them build organically.
That's what I'm saying.
because
But
they
I don't
have that-
like.
yeah.
But
I
that's not
disagree.
gonna
I think
win
they're-
in today's
I-
NIL deal. That's why he was. an
There's
18
so
this year.
much money. I disagree, Owen. All these schools have money. It's not just the Florida Gators. It's not just UCLA or USC. They have money. UConn has money. If they want a player, and Cooper Flagg, if there's anybody that would be interested in going to play for UConn, it would be Cooper Flagg. So
Obviously, it wasn't.
agree.
Dan Hurley
No.
was there.
because of Coach K. I just said it. Because of Coach K.
But I think,
Coach
like
K was
Duke,
the guy-
UNC, those coaches aren't storming on the court, throwing their glasses, telling people to go F themselves.
That's
Like,
not true. That's not true.
That's what he does. Have you watched one of his
Yeah,
games?
but he's not the only coach that does that, Owen.
Bruce Pearl does that all the time. Nobody
He's
gives a
not
fuck.
the only coach. That's the problem right now. On a national stage, because this guy's won back-to-back titles, everybody wants to throw this guy to the wolves. Oh, he's the bad man. He's the badass. He's the guy that's going out there and cursing at people in the fans.
But if
and
you're going to be that, way, then you can't cry about it when you lose.
Listen, he's not crying about losing. He's
He
crying about
said, I hope they don't F you like they F'd us to the Baylor team.
It's true. They did screw him.
Like, you don't get to do that if you're going to be the bad guy.
Did you watch the game? Did you watch the game? All right, you're going to tell me Florida didn't get all the calls at the end. There he is.
I'm going to say they had a turnover at the end.
Something? You about to eat somebody?
I saw that UConn was
like a beaver or something.
Dan Hurley.
I saw UConn turn the ball over.
The guy lost. The guy lost.
But he's trying to recruit an LSU.
Listen, it's okay. It's okay, guys. You can attack everything that Dan Hurley does. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to stick up for Dan Hurley because I think Dan Hurley is good for the sport. And if he's good for the sport, it's bringing in money. It's going to bring in shoe deals.
It brings news to him. Yeah.
It brings news to everybody. What are you, crazy?
Look, we're talking about him. Dan Hurley. We love it.
All right, right now. Does anybody care about what's going on in the NBA? Does anybody care what's going on in the NBA? There it is. There you go. There it goes.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
That's
Guess
right.
what? There is no Tigers. There is no Tigers.
No, there are. Your son is becoming an Auburn fan by saying "Go Tigers" or the Tigers left.
He's not talking about
I
those
know
Tigers.
that. I'm joking.
He's talking about LSU. Okay, stop it, Speedy. There are no Tigers. I'm just telling you right now. There is no way in hell, in any kind of argument, that anybody should attack this guy for what he does for the game of basketball. I think he's great. That's okay. Go Tigers. All right, there you go. Go Tigers.
All right, let me take them out. All right, go to bed. I'm going to choke slam.
All right, go to bed. There you go. Choke slam me and, give me the tombstone or whatever you want to do.
He actually calls it the sloke slam. He doesn't understand how to say choke. So he said, I want a sloke slam.
All right, I like the sloke. Speed, you like sloking? I have no idea. Have you ever sucked?
Oh,
Sam?
Speaking of, Tommy Poops, in recognition of the great Undertaker, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Taker.
There you go. There you go. Why don't you give her the bear bet? Anyways, I do believe that this is absolutely good for the game. So I think a lot of people sitting here and going back and forth on what's going on obviously with the UConn game. I think it was great to watch him go up there in the press box after and speak to the press and just go all out on what he saw and how angry he was. That is good for the game. When Tom Thibodeau sits there after the Knick game, and I don't know if anybody watches the Knick games, but I do. I'm a Knick fan. And after the game, what does Tom Thibodeau do? He sits there with a grumpy mood, and he doesn't have anything to say about certain things. And then he goes up, well, we don't play defense, so we don't do this, we don't do that. He doesn't go around. He doesn't do that. That's good for the game when you have guys like that going out of the way and doing that. It pumps up his players. And I'm going to tell you this right now. It's going to help his recruiting class next year. I guarantee you, people coming through the portal is going to want to play for this guy. I would play for this guy. I would coach with this guy. This is a fun guy, outstandingly crazy in every kind of way. But that's what you like. You like crazy coaches. I mean, Joba, who's the craziest coach you've ever played for? Craziest coach.
I mean, crazy,
nuts.
tough. I don't think it would be like a manager. I think there was like, and Goody can speak on this too. I think it was probably the other guys.
No, I played for a crazy coach. He was my manager at Long Island.
Yeah.
Smoked cigarettes, was the Mets superstar second baseman.
I know who you're talking
What's his name?
Speedy?
Wally Backman.
Wally Backman.
Yeah,
I played for Wally Backman. You want them about straight up crazy? That dude is crazy.
Wally Backman.
If you, for all the people listening, you need to look up playing for Peanuts on YouTube and just go ahead and watch that. That's what it was like every day. Minus some of the.
I never had. I mean, I had very mundane coaches. Like, I had more assistant coaches that were more fired up than the managers, because that's kind of their job. But Wally Backman is, if you're a baseball fan, and this is obviously, we're getting off topic, but he's a legend. Like, the things that he did.
And how about Lou Piniella?
He's
a legend.
Easily.
Lou Piniella.
Bobby Cox has the most ejections ever.
Toss outs. Yeah. I loved watching Lou.
And Bobby Cox wore nails every day. Every day. And you know what that means, right?
No.
He wore cleats every day.
That's hard. I like that.
Bobby Cox is my shit.
I like the last name Cox. Speedy, you like that, right? I thought it was cool. Speedy. He had a cool last name.
C-O-X.
I know how he spells his last name.
But no, Errol, I think to your point, and exactly like, I think it is because it's that next generation.
Yeah.
Because emotion is in the game, right? And
yes.
you have to. Sometimes it's pushed to the extent where you're like
the extreme. He takes it to the extreme. He does.
But you can't. Like, I'm not a fan, and obviously that's why I didn't pick them. But it's like, you do it the right way. And you do it the right way. But at the same time, I'll be a hypocrite, and I'll call myself a hypocrite 100%. You want to play for a dude that stands by you and sticks up for you. Like, I had two buddies that are in March Madness right now refereeing. And one of my buddies teed up Pat McKinney. And he was like, he was on the court in my way when I was trying to get to it, and it wasn't even my call. And I'd literally talked to him right after the game. And he was like, yeah. And he just wouldn't shut up. And I'm like, I get it.
You like that. I love the extreme coaches that scream.
I love playing for Wally Backman. I thought he was great.
I mean, I don't know if anybody, and again, the season is over, but Rick Pitino and St. John's has like a documentary that they follow. They've been following them on True TV all season long. Rick Pitino is an unbelievable personality off the court. He loves his players, but he can get nasty. And that's what I love about these guys. Maybe Pitino is not going to, he's 72 years old. He's not going to go. I've seen Rick Pitino's face turn blue. I've seen him turn blue when he was coaching for Louisville. Okay. I remember during the national championship when a call didn't go his way, he was screaming at the referee was like head to head. They looked like they were about to kiss. Okay. And he was
as blue as your balls.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he could have put his balls in his mouth. I mean, seriously, it was absolutely crazy. That's what you like. You like passion. I like that. That's what sells to me. I don't care what anybody says. That's what you want. You want a coach that's going to go out there and put on a show. Everybody says he's all about him and his face being on the camera. I disagree. I think he goes out there and does what he does to take all the pressure off his kids and put it on himself. That is what I call coaching. That's what you love about Danny Hurley. He wants to take the pressure off the kids, and that's what I love. Anyways, That's my take of Danny Hurley, and that's why I like him and I love him. And I think it's going to bring the NCAA back, which has been missing for a long, long time. And really for the last, I would say 10 years, there's just nobody out there that's going out there like a Bobby Knight and just telling everybody to go F themselves. And Bobby Knight, he was that kind of guy. He would go out there and scream and throw a ruckus on the sidelines, no matter who he was coaching. And that's what you like. I've seen Bobby Knight throw chairs on the court. I mean, that's what you like. You want guys like that. And I think Danny Hurley is one of those guys. I know Owen doesn't like him. Joba, you're iffy with it. I'm sure Goody likes it. Speedy, I think
Goody's trying to recruit him to LSU.
Well, that's not going to happen. He's
my
not
kids, go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
And I'm sure Joba and Owen would love him if he was Nebraska's coach.
Hey, we already got a Husker reference, and it wasn't even from me. It was from Errol, so that's perfect.
That's right. It's true.
Stan Hurley, the coach of the UConn Huskers.
See, I've embedded it in his head now. I've embedded it in his head that he knows.
Speedy, we had a guy that was like that for football in Bo Pelini, who would scream at the officials, and Nebraska fans wanted him fired, and he won 10 games a year. So you can't say that.
Nebraska guys are just nice, dude.
Yeah, it's like that's why I
like
got fired.
Minnesota nice.
Too mean.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
And this is not much of a golf clap, but you could clap at it. Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy sues ex-fiance for allegations of extortion. Read this. This is great. This is wonderful. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy is suing his former fiance, Miss Williamson, and for county, Texas, allegations she stole and destroyed more than $150,000 in cash and property belonging to Worthy and assaulting him. Worthy was arrested early this month in Texas on a charge of assault of a family or house member by, the breathing of circulation or something happening with circulation. Soon after, Williamson's county district attorney said no charges would be filed against Worthy. Here's what I'm going to say, and I want to be nice about this because I think it's a golf clap for one reason. It's pretty simple. This is something that I think football, basketball, hockey should be doing. As much as these guys are going out there and their allegations are untrue or false, or they're coming out and they're paying their lawyers to protect them, the allegations on frigging attacking somebody else and trying to point fingers at somebody else needs to be cleaned up. This should have been tossed to the side and not brought up in any kind of way right now after all these allegations. It's been going on year in and year out with them. Just think about it. When Tyreek Hill was there, it was going on with Tyreek Hill. When Hunt was there, it was going on with Hunt. Now you have other wide receivers, Rice, and now him. It seems like every single year it's somebody else with them. So,
and our friend Bashaud Breeland.
And Bashaud Breeland, another guy that was caught with a machine gun and doing other things, threatening killing, that he's going to kill somebody. Okay. Unfortunately, when you look at these kind of things, I think that the NFL needs to learn how to control these guys. How do you control these players? By taking them out of the equation. If this is true, which it's not, because he paid off whoever he paid off, a family member, on whatever these allegations are. Now, all of a sudden, he's going after his ex-fiance behind this. I think the problem here is that these NFL players are being pampered by the NFL because they're superstars or future superstars in the league. I think what the NFL needs to do, and this is why my golf clap is here for the NFL, is they need to help these guys, send them to places that they can get the help for these allegations of craziness or whatever they're doing behind the scenes, that they should be controlled and obviously helped with their problems off the field. So my golf clap goes to the NFL on helping and trying to help these players get their lives in order. So my golf clap of the day goes to the NFL and the absolute craziness of Roger Goodell. So that's my opinion.
Now, is it Superstars disclaimer or is it Kansas City Chiefs Superstars?
No, I just think that the NFL needs to learn how to control these guys. And how do you do that? Don't let them play on a football field for a whole season. Send them away. Let them go and get some help. Because you're going to sit here. This guy gets off on this situation. Yeah. Whatever. He probably paid somebody off. And got off on it. Now all of a sudden he's suing his former fiance and that she stole money and property. $150,000. Dude, you're making. He's making like $50,000 a week. Why is he complaining about $150,000? In the future, this guy's going to be making millions. I just don't understand it. Why is he in the tabloids? Why isn't the NFL telling this guy to stay away from this stuff? This is a big problem. Have we heard from Rice ever since those allegations? Not at all. He disappeared off the face of the earth. Why? Because the NFL probably said, if you pop up again, we're suspending you for the season. He got no suspension because the NFL probably said, we see you again on any of this, any stuff on, in the newspapers, in a magazine, or whatever the hell you're doing off the field, you're going to be suspended for the season and you're going to need to get help. How many players have been screwed by the NFL because they smoke weed? They've been thrown out of the game. And these guys are beating up women and hurting people, and they're not even getting suspended. I don't get it. And the NFL needs to fix this. So my golf clap goes to the NFL. Help these guys get their lives together. Stop letting them go all over ESPN and all these reporters to go out there and write these stories where it makes the organization makes the Chiefs look like a terrible run organization. So that is my golf clap of the day. All right. I had to do that with the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know what's going on with them. And Andy Reid, do you hear anything from Andy Reid in the offseason? You don't hear nothing from Andy Reid. He disappears off the face of the earth. Nobody hears from Andy Reid. You'll hear from Andy Reid in a couple of weeks when the draft's around the corner and they're talking about who they're going to be drafting or if they're going to move up for a certain player. That's the only time you're going to hear from Andy Reid. And even then, you probably don't hear from Andy Reid. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we got Goody's bag of balls. We're going to get into the American League West preview and Tic-Tac-No. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Poops.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right. We are back. I am Scoops, and I have some scores for you guys as always. But first, over in Los Angeles in the NFL, the Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua said that he plans to only play up until he is 30 years old. Puka wants to finish his career off as the similar to his former teammate Aaron Donald at the top of his career. He even said that he wants to have a big family one day, even referring to them as he wants a starting five, but also wants to be involved in his kids' lives. Puka, who is currently age 23 years old, will be entering his third NFL season. In other NFL news, free agent veteran QB Aaron Rodgers is not even somewhat close to a decision on what team he will be joining. Now, after an uneventful visit from the Steelers, which saw no deal take place, the teams believe that Aaron Rodgers is nowhere near making a deal or making up his mind for where he wants to suit up next season. And to finish off on the hardwood in the NBA, the Grizzlies' big man Brandon Clark will be out for the remainder of this season. Clark suffered a high-grade PCL strain in his right knee, and it actually happened last Wednesday against the Trailblazers, and he will be missing the remainder of the 11 games for the Memphis Grizzlies. As we go now to Scoops' scores remaining with the NBA, the Mavericks have a 62-48 lead at halftime over the Nets, while the Pacers have a big 83-65 lead over the Timberwolves with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter. The Magic currently have a 79-72 lead over the Lakers with 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, while the Raptors have a 67-66 lead over the Wizards, and the Pelicans have a 41-29 lead over the 76ers. While in the NHL, the Islanders have a 2-0 lead over the Blue Jackets in the second period, while in the first period, about to finish here with a minute left, the Wild and Stars are currently have 0 on the board, and the Canucks are currently leading the Devils 1-0. And that is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. And make sure you guys are checking out our YouTube at Jabba in the Mouth and all of our single social medias at Twitter, Instagram, and at X, all at Jabba and the Mouth. Make sure you also check out our Spotify and Apple Podcasts, all at Jabba in the Mouth. And that is all the time I have for you guys as I kick it back to the boys for the continuation of Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
31672-3108 is the number. Speedy, why do you pick these loud, crazy songs to come back from a break? Speedy, have I taught you enough when it comes to house music? They're always loud, especially with the breaks. I have no idea. You're listening to
Obviously
Jabba.
you haven't taught him enough.
Obviously I'm a little lost with that. I taught him enough. Now I've been doing it for years. I don't know what's going on with him. He's a little lost. Anyways, you're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays now at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. At 9:30, we are going to have our for the very first time, we will be talking to Seahawks, Browns, and Cowboys and Colts running back Robert Turbin. He will be joining us. This will be the first time he's come on our show. He was actually, in my eyes, more of a Cowboy. He wasn't there that long, but I remember him as a Cowboy. So I did remember on Seattle too. But nevertheless, I'm looking forward to getting Robert on. I definitely want to hear his take on the Cowboy situation as far as running backs are concerned. They've been absolutely putrid.
He was the predecessor to the great Ezekiel Elliott that the Beef thought was better than Barry Sanders.
Well, that's why the Beef is a little lost, as he always is.
It's a big word for you.
No,
can you spell that?
Who cute?
Putrid.
Putrid. Could you spell it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
But
hear
I
it.
asked you.
Let's say you can spell it.
I asked you.
Hey, you asked me, but you can't spell it. It's you.
Yeah.
Why don't we ask Fish?
Putrid. Putrid. By the way, Puka Nacua wants 5 kids. Have one and let me know. Let's revisit that after you have one.
When you have millions and millions of dollars that he's probably going to be making, I don't think 5 kids is a lot.
He can ask Antonio Cromartie, by the way.
When he becomes a free agent, that man is probably going to get the biggest contract in wide receiving history. That guy's going to get closer to $200 million when he becomes a free agent. In 2 or 3 years, if he puts up the numbers that he's been putting up and stays healthy, there's no doubt about it. He's going to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league. He's been unbelievable. When he's on the field, he's as good as any wide receiver in football, especially the way these wide receivers are getting paid now. Look at Jamar Chase. He just got 165 or 161. T. Higgins, who's a number 2, he's getting 116. So it's ridiculous what these guys are making. So I'm not surprised when Puka Nacua I think it's 2 more years because he was a 4th-round draft pick. He's going to make himself a lot of money. He's going to make himself a lot. Anyways, we call this, as we do this every single week, Goody's bag of the biggest balls in the world.
My mom was going to wire a car battery on my testicles.
Trying to put Tiger Bomb on this jungle's nuts.
That's how you become great, man. Hang your balls out there.
Are you lost over there? Or are you just giggling? I think you're a little lost there.
No, that drop just gets me every single time.
I figured, somebody's got to play with somebody.
Bomb on my balls.
There you go.
Well, we're gonna keep this in the MLB right here as in the injury chaos hits opening day. Obviously, it's been opening day already, but with opening day around the corner, the injuries are racking up with Yu Darvish's elbow, Clark Schmidt's shoulder, McClanahan's arm with the Rays. Teams are obviously the ones that are been hit with injury bug. They're scrambling. Depth is the name of the game. So who's your sleeper to step up for these guys? Obviously, we know the Yankees have plenty of depth. We talked about them and Marcus Stroman. They also kept Will Warren and Carlos Carrasco, which I guess we were both right on that. Although Jabba and I had Carrasco taking that one.
And I got Warren. Okay. I'm just going Warren.
Carrasco was first.
Carrasco was first.
We'll see who they keep by season's end.
Well, Clark Schmidt was on the table. Clark Schmidt was iffy, and then they're going to push him back, and hopefully, obviously the shoulder injury heals up, and then, we'll see what happens. Who gets the boot? Maybe no. I don't know. Maybe they're not going to throw him in the bullpen, right? He's just
Schmidt is actually a good pitcher. He really is.
Yeah, no, I play with him in AAA. I think he's good. He had a good stretch there last year. Staying healthy is what's going to have to happen for him. But this is the common theme with all Yankee starting pitchers. They always get hurt. But going for the Rays, who do you got for the Rays? Obviously, the starting 5 with McClanahan down. Now you have Pepe. I don't know how to say his last name.
Yeah.
Pepia has got the
Pepia.
opening day nod. Then you have Taj Bradley behind him, Drew Rasmussen, Shane Baz. We're looking for him to have a turnaround year last year. Obviously, he's dealt with some of the injuries the last couple of years. But behind that, I mean, you have Zach Littell, and then that's really it for their starting pitching as far on their depth chart. I don't know who they have down in the pen, but the team with the most depth at starting pitching is going to be the team that wins. Darvish, I don't know how long he's going to be out for. I'm not sure what the significance of his injury is, but that's a huge blow to the Padres. Fish. Darvish is my age, so I don't know. What is that? 40? Is he 40? 43? How old are you, Fishman?
Fish is 38. I'm 42, going to be 43. What are you trying to say over here?
I'm just saying. At some point, stealing second base is just going to be a hassle for you.
I'll tell you what, there's nothing a hassle to me, buddy. I'm in pretty good shape, and I still can run. All right. And by the way, I'm looking at Shane McClanahan, and he actually, his birthday is a day before mine. So I love him already. He's a Taurus. How could I not like him? But
he, when that injury happened, it looked like it looked bad. It looked like he was going for a TJ right there, but I think it's something to do with this.
Did you say BJ? Was it a BJ or TJ?
Well, he might have got that after, but
Yeah, he just came off of it, so we were worried it was going to happen again.
Yeah.
Well, it can happen again, but I honestly, like, Goody, I agree. It's like depth is so important, and you don't really understand like how important that is, especially with like when you have guys go down, and that's just we talked about this 3-4
well, this is why the minor leagues, this is why having a system where this is why they rank the minor league system, because they want, this is your
but that's to our conversation that we had 3 or 4 weeks ago, talking about certain things in depth and how you do things with guys from the minor leagues and whatever. Honestly, I think obviously McClanahan they were relying on 100%.
He's a dog, dude. He's so good.
But I think
he was eating for the 2023 Cy Young before he got hurt.
Yeah, 100%. But if you think about it, from Taj Bradley's shown signs, right?
He's good.
And I think he's going to have that. I think obviously they're going to have Stroman step up from the Yankees and all the other stuff. Darvish, you don't know. And like his was coming from like the tricep, which is completely weird. I've never heard that before. Like it said
I had tricep injury,
Tommy John, and I've had it.
Yeah, bone spurs.
Yeah, bone spurs are different than Tommy John and coming and having like a tricep thing. So
Marcus Stroman is a great first half pitcher. I think he'll be fine in the first half. It's the second half I worry about with Marcus Stroman. So,
but you could trade him at the deadline, or you could slide him into the bullpen. Although he's not going to be happy about that.
I do not trust Marcus Stroman in the bullpen.
He could be a swingman. He could be a swingman like Adam Warren.
He'll be back in July, and some people say he'll be back in June if everything works out the way they expect it to. So
Clark.
if Heel shows back, comes back by the end of June, early July, then you don't have to worry about Marcus Stroman in the second half. So
yeah, but you have to understand too, like when you come back, you make rehab assignments and you do all that stuff. It really is completely different, because I'll never forget. I was crushed, and I won't lie to any of our fans. I won't lie to any of you guys. I hung a slider to JJ Hardy when I was literally making my first start or my first appearance after Tommy John.
That guy was good hit.
And he hit a homer. And I'm like, I worked this hard and this is what happened. And I was crushed. Yeah. And I'm like, I thought I worked hard enough. And I was like, and us as athletes, when you get to that position, I'm just like, I failed. Yeah, you gotta have a little bit of success to build off of that coming back from an injury for sure. No, that was my first at bat.
Probably your last one.
Welcome.
Definitely wasn't my last one.
He welcomed you back to the show properly.
pulled it out of my ass.
You know what? JJ Harvey's got me too. So actually, the whole Orioles team from like 15 and 16, they absolutely raked me until I got to Cleveland.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Yeah, well, JJ Hardy took care of your 2-hole. That's for sure.
That's for damn sure.
All right, moving on.
It would have been a 3-hole because it was a slider. Pulled it out of my ass.
3-hole.
They should make Chris Davis pay for the dude wipes with his insane contract.
Moving on.
Go ahead. Moving on.
Paul Skeens rookie card breaks records. Did any of you guys see that? So Topps releases these
We gotta buy a
debut.
couple of them.
Dude. So Topps releases
It was
debut
the 1 of
patch.
1, right? The 1 of 1 you're talking about?
Yes, 1 of 1, right? So Paul Skeens rookie card just sold at auction for $1.1 million. All right. Obviously, we know Paul Skeens is a phenom. And with Jarrett Jones's elbow being a concern as well, going off of this injury bug here, we don't know what's going to happen. Paul Skeens is going to be asked to carry the load early. Is his rookie card worth? Is any card worth over $1 million?
Slap that ass.
Yes,
100%. Yes.
I don't. I just got my
I'm
son.
going to tell you why after you answer the question. I'm going to tell you why.
All right.
I'll tell you why.
Well, here's my thing. It's a piece of cardboard, right? Look, if I had the rookie card, of course it's worth 1.1 million. It's worth 5 million if I had the rookie card. But
slide it right in.
I would slide it right in, but I'm not gonna. I don't have 1.1 million dollars to blow on a rookie card. My point being is Paul Skeens is that good, but is any baseball card worth $1 million?
Why is it worth that much? That's my question. Like, I get, like, I've made a shitload of money. Like, I just did a signing where I sat for an hour and made way more money than I should have. Why? Like, why?
It's like art because people are willing to pay.
First of all, I'll get into it. First of all, what I've heard about cards, once you sign a card, it ruins the credit of the card. So
depends on what condition the card's in.
Yes, but it does. It does. You'd say no, but if you have a rookie card, like let's say you have a Mickey Mantle rookie card, and
he autographed the Paul Skeens. I think it's autographed.
That's fine. But what I have heard by dealers that if a card is signed, especially a rookie card, it ruins the value of the card. It does.
Why are all these cards now like getting sold for more because of their autograph than when and granted the market was completely different back when because Mickey Mantle didn't sign a lot of autographs. That's why his signature is so valued, right? But you got to understand.
Didn't LeBron James card just get sold last year for some ridiculous number?
No,
it was
the highest card ever sold is a baseball card, not basketball, not nothing. It's a Honus Wagner rookie card.
Yeah, I know that. But Speedy, look that up.
Yeah, because it's baseball, but we're not athletes and they don't do anything, right?
That's not what I said. And stop that crap. Bringing up these lies. And
I want to. You know what I want is I want an Errol Marks rookie team. USA
first of all, card. I definitely don't want to be put on a card. All right. I want an Errol. You know what? I'm not buying it. All right. I will not be the first person to buy that card.
I'll drop 50 cents on that.
Just screw you 50 cents.
LeBron was 5.2 in 2021.
Yeah. And that was a rookie card, and it was not signed. It was not signed. And I remember when it was sold, and I was like, what? Are you kidding me? That card was sold for $5.2 million. To me, the value of the card, and I'm not saying that it obviously benefits the person if he's dead. Like if you have a Pete Rose autograph rookie card, it's probably up in value because he's gone. But if he was still alive and you had a Pete Rose rookie card and he signed it, it ruins the value of the card. It's crazy. I don't get it. Do you know what it doesn't make sense.
The highest rookie card?
What is it?
Not signed. It was like the signature that they have that's just on the card, like not actually signed.
Right.
It's actually Mickey Mantle for $12 million.
I remember that Mickey Mantle card, and it was at one point it's like a 10. It was 10 out of 10, and those are the points.
The most expensive card I bought was Speedy, it's hanging in my son's room. Who threw the perfect game in the World Series for the Yankees?
Don
No hit.
Larson.
Don Larson.
I have a Don Larson card that is in a 6 shadow box that I won at a silent auction. I think I paid $200 for it. I was the only one who bid on it. That's the only one.
I have a Don Larson, David Wells, and
I love David
Cone.
Wells. I love David Wells. Love him.
Perfect. So that's only 3 perfect games, right?
Yeah.
I have all them in one
card
in my safe.
That's dope.
I love David Wells. I never met him. I know Joba, you've met him.
Epic. He's epic.
I've heard stories that he would get drunk the night before and then go on a mound. And
he didn't remember the first 5 innings. We'll bring Wellesley on. He's the best. He's the best.
I would love to interview David Wells. I mean, his
CC spoke about this as well. Him, CC, and Burley used to go out the night before they started and see who can pitch the best hungover.
CC, no, so CC and Burley.
Yes.
Oh,
this is literally this is true facts, and I'll bring Dub on, and they would literally go against each other, and they would go out drink for drink, shot for shot. And now CC's sober, obviously.
Yeah.
And they would literally be like, okay, who's going to pitch better?
That's crazy.
We're different animals, man. We are different animals.
Yeah, that's
what you do.
All right.
You know what
Go get him, Goody.
Nick, I'm going to just tell you, I'm going to go buy myself a couple of Nick Goody rookie cards and see how much they're worth.
I have plenty, so you can save your money.
I'm sure you do, man. I'm sure you do. You probably have all of them.
My
Goody will
uncle
be done designing the arrow marks.
The most
by the time
expensive one, probably 5 cents.
Actually, last I checked, I had a card up there for $80. I was like,
really? Look at that.
Oh, but
Amazon says $296. Thanks.
$296. Yeah.
Listen, my card is going to be worth a lot more than you guys expect, but you're not taking a picture of me, man. I'm not going on no card, no matter what. So stay away.
All right.
Now the real question is: there going to be a
by the way,
one or an
before we get
Eagles?
to next up, how bad is Picture Day? Picture Day is the worst.
Oh, bro, you pull up some of my Yankee photos. Like, you'll see. I look like a freaking 400-pound.
Picture Day is the
Here we
worst.
go. Oh, no, my Yankee photos. First off, the one down there that you.
No, he's got a bunch of balls juggling over
I'm
there
like
in the
this.
corner.
I'm like this. You're just like this.
Are you
Like
Are
7
you
o'clock.
putting your hands in your pants right now?
No,
like
but
this?
I am after the AL West. I'm going. We got it. Yeah.
Woo! Right over the head.
Yeah.
Joba, you all right over there? Or are you just thinking?
All right. My last ball here. My last ball. Did anybody? This is totally off topic, but did anybody hear about the new findings in underneath the pyramids of Giza? All right. So Giza.
Wow.
You didn't hear about this.
600 feet, right?
2,100 feet down, right? So Giza, the pyramids have always been a mystery. We've talked about this a little bit and how we all agree that aliens came and built the pyramids, and they had help.
I don't agree to that, by the way.
Yeah, Errol, you did.
No, I do not. I do not agree with that. I never
Okay.
think that. So,
Well, they definitely didn't have the slaves doing it. That's for sure. But anyways,
no, thank you. I appreciate.
underneath the pyramids of Giza, there's a vast underground city that's 2,100 feet down. Now, skeptics are saying prove it. So this company went out and they had a LiDAR, which shoots down, waves down into the ground where they can. There it is. Look at that. Oh, look at that young mug. That's a young Java looking right there. Boy.
Eat me.
You look like a gremlin.
He does. No. He doesn't look like a. There's only one that. Travis Hunter looks like a gremlin. Okay, he's the only one that looks like a gremlin. That guy does not look like.
But how does it compare to this?
Now that's a seasoned vet right there.
Oh, please.
That's after going through years of bullshit. That's what you look like. young, and in the game right there.
Young and full of cum. That's right. That's it.
Lord have mercy.
Didn't think we were going there.
We went there.
I
Well,
always know that.
anyways,
You like
anyway,
donuts?
underneath the pyramids, back to our topic here. All right. I obviously,
Big
yes. Hey, I sent you the video of me in Mexico. You got the video of me in Mexico with the sombrero doing my warm ups. If you have that, go ahead and throw that up there for the boys to see. They'll love it. There are cylinders that are underneath the pyramids that go 2,100 feet down that are wrapped in like coils or something that go to like a box. So for years, people have thought that the pyramids were some sort of like produced energy for the galaxy or some sort of field. But I don't understand why we can't go to the pyramids and why we can't go further underneath it. Like, I want to know. People want to know. You know, and look at Kevin Fitz, definitely aliens or an advanced ancient civilization. See, so at least some people on this joint are outside box thinkers. You know what I'm saying? Aliens built them.
What is that supposed to mean?
Did he have to
What the
grab
hell
his?
is that
You had
supposed
to
to
grab your mic for that.
I wanted to make sure that you got me loud and clear.
Oh, I got you loud and clear. I'm kind of lost to every single thing that it just came out of your mouth.
Yeah,
But thank
mine just sits here, so you don't have to worry about it.
There you go. We don't have to sit on anything, right, Speedy?
I appreciate it, bro. At least you got it. At least you know what I'm saying. At least you think, you're not a sheep, you gotta you think
Are
outside
you the sheep or the lion?
Hold on 1 second. What are you trying to say over there?
I'm just
You're calling me
saying.
a sheep? Is that what you're trying to say?
If it looks like a sheep, sounds like a sheep, smells like a sheep.
Ouch.
It's a sheep.
Wow, I
Ouch.
guess
This one's on you, Errol. This one's on you. Go
I
ahead.
have no
Go
idea.
ahead.
I have no idea what he's talking about. That's screw you, you goat. All right? You're
That's
calling
right.
me a sheep.
I am the goat.
Right? Yeah, you're not the goat, you are a goat. Okay.
Only goats get
Anyways.
their rookie card sold for $296.
At least I have a rookie card, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, you ain't got shit.
Is that an attack to me? What the hell is that supposed
No,
to
no, Goody's making your rookie card. Don't worry.
There you go. I definitely don't want Goody making my rookie card. Believe me.
Hey,
That would-
I will say too, in the feed, Carl was like, Goody throwing a 12-6 curve by saying aliens building stuff on Earth.
Carl, you know it's real, bro. You know something's going on. And that's
You
the
and
way my-
Carl are like you
like
need
both
to
buddies.
go have
They
a
like
bromance.
playing with each other. Yeah, they like playing.
Hey, Carl loves it, dude. Carl's about it. Carl knows what's going
Carl's
on.
always about it. He's from
Exactly.
Florida, like you.
Is he?
Yeah, he loves to play with Shire. He loves
Shire.
everything.
Oh,
Carl
you're
gets the
going
first
back
invite to
there?
the
You're going
championship
back
already.
there?
No. Carl is connected
me
with him
review.
from I guess
don't
whatever
like
team
Howard?
he was coaching. So
How about-
when he got hired, he loved when in 2022. Carl was
I
the first one that
understand
loved
the
it.
Wow.
So Java, I was saying at the time that if Duke ever wins a championship, Carl gets the first invite to the parade.
Oh Lord. Well, Carl, I appreciate you. Just letting you know.
I'm not doing it to my mom.
John Shire, my boy. Good job, Carl.
Goodness.
Fire.
Well, that's what I had. If you haven't looked into it, it's really worth it. It's taken up too much time. It's taken up too much of my time at nighttime. I'm laying in bed. I'm scrolling through the Twitter. I'm checking it all out. It's insane. It's crazy. And I think, it's just reinforcing what we all knew.
Pain. This is pain. Where does this come into the conversation? We're talking about aliens. We're talking about Egypt. Where does this come into the conversation with sports? Speedy, please explain.
This is my 12-6, Carl. This is my 12-6.
This is in history here. And by the way, if
Carl
we need
coached you in
we'll ask
summer
Coach
ball?
Fitch.
In
We'll
summer
ask
league?
Fitch.
Hold on.
Now we're asking Carl.
Carl
going on?
coached you in summer league?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was
Wow.
that was there was a story.
Shire,
doing
yes.
something
He
we
coached
yeah.
Shire. Yes,
That's
he
why
did.
he's always been a huge supporter of Shire, much more than Errol is.
Well, there's a reason why I'm not a big, huge supporter of Shire, but
Well, rock on, Carl. Fucking keep doing your shit.
Rock on,
Keep
baby.
crap. Keep playing with yourself, Carl. Rock on. Play with yourself. Anyway,
Hell yeah.
there you go. And Goody's really happy about it. I mean, he is
I love it.
excited. Yes,
I
he
love
loves
it.
He loves Carl. I mean, I love Carl. I'm a little lost, but yes, I do love Carl. Anyways. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Goody's bag of balls. How wonderful. Wasn't that beautiful, Speedy? You like that?
Oh, yeah.
Did you excite yourself with that?
No.
Did you feel good about
No,
yourself?
no. Goody did all the excitement.
Oh, so it was just the hand jobs and everything like that, right?
Oh my
I'm just
goodness.
asking. The American League West win totals were released, with the Athletics and Angels tied for last, and the Mariners third, and the Rangers and Astros tied for first. The Athletics and Angels are both projected at 71.5 wins after both spending a lot on pitching this offseason. The Angels signed veteran pitchers Kyle Hendricks and Yusei Kikuchi, and all-star closer Kenley Jansen. The Athletics.
You said Coochie.
What, I'm sorry? What,
You
I'm
said
sorry.
you said Coochie.
Yeah. No, what's wrong with that? Isn't that Coochie? Am I
Kikuchi.
wrong? I said
It's
that.
Coochie.
Yeah, I
it's
said
Coochie.
I said that. It is Coochie, right, Speedy?
Yeah, you're right. It's
All
Kikuchi.
right. Well, listen, someone's got to play with Coochie. The Athletic gave
Right after
team-
this, let's roll.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what you're
Me too.
All right. Anyways, the Athletic gave team record contracts to pitchers Jeffrey Springs and Luis Severino, and that actually spent ninth most money of any team this offseason. The Mariners are projected at 85.5 wins, but had a very quiet offseason after missing out on signing Pete Alonso and Alex Bregman. The Mariners had a pitching staff that was tied for the best ERA in baseball last season, but an offense that led baseball in strikeouts and was second worst in batting average. The Rangers and the Astros are both projected at 86.5 wins, the second lowest projected for a division winner. The Astros lost Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker this offseason and signed Christian Walker. The Rangers signed power hitter Jock Peterson, power hitter, and Jake Berger, and will have Jacob deGrom healthy at the start of the season. Well, there's a lot to get into, obviously this division. And like it was said over here, in kind of looking at the thought of where the American League West is going to be, it's going to lie between the Rangers and then obviously the Astros. The Astros have a good young pitching squad. There's no question that they do. But the Texas Rangers, obviously, they have Jake Berger, they have Jock Peterson, they have Corey Seager, but Jacob deGrom coming back, and bringing back Nathan Eovaldi this offseason was a big acquisition for them. I think their pitching staff is set up very, very well. And that's why I think if they could stay healthy this year at the top of your pitching staff, Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi, could you imagine these two guys in a playoff game that you got to hit against these two guys? And this is a great 1-2 punch. I'm sorry you're raising your hand. What's that raise over there?
You also have Sonny Gray, and then you have some
Sonny
young
Gray.
bugs coming up with Kumar Rocker and Leiter.
No question. No question. I haven't really finished that. I will get into Kumar Rocker, who, by the way, decided, hey, you know what? I don't want to go to the Mets, so I'm going to go play college ball for another year and then get drafted.
he went to Independent because he had Boris.
Right.
Yeah, he went to Indy Ball.
Yeah, and then he gets drafted again, and where did he go? He went to the Rangers. So the fact is, right now, I think the Rangers are set up very, very well, especially their lineup. Corey Seager has really helped this lineup and really rebuilt the lineup that was really, really bad before he went there. And then obviously Garcia, who was a big part of their offense a couple of years ago when they went to the World Series. I think he's going to play a big part this year as well. So I think there's a lot to get into with this division, especially the Houston Astros. The Houston Astros are another team that I question. Now, they're talking about Altuve maybe playing out in the outfield this year. Yeah. They're saying that he could be an outfielder sometime this year. He is a second baseman, but they might move him to the outfield because they've got a ton of good young players coming up in the next couple of years. And Jeremy Pena is a guy that I like. I've seen his development over the last 2 seasons. He's been really, really good. Alvarez is one of the better power hitters if he could stay healthy. It's been a big problem over the last 2 seasons for Alvarez staying healthy. But this is a great young pitching staff. They really are a good young pitching staff. If you look at their active, depth charts, you got Brian Abreu over there with their pitchers. They have Spencer, and I'll go through these. I'm not very good with names. Hunter Brown, Luis Contreras, Sean Dubin, right? Am I right with Dubin?
Dubon.
Dubon, I'm sorry. Luis Garcia, Josh Hader obviously is going to be their closer this year. And then obviously Christian Javier, who I think is one of the best young pitchers in baseball right now. And then we'll see. Obviously McCullers will be back next year. So they've got a tremendous pitching squad. The questions are losing Kyle Tucker and losing some of the bats that they lost in the Alex Bregman. Is this going to be a good enough roster offensively where they're going to be able to win the division, even though a lot of the experts think that they're not going to win more than 86 games. So do I think Texas is going to win more than 86.5 games. If they stay healthy this year, I expect Texas to win between 90 and 91. As far as the Astros, I don't know if it's a hit or miss with the Astros. If some of these young players really explode off the paper and Alvarez stays healthy this year with that pitching staff, they can win 92, 93 games. Do I think they're going to? I think they're a borderline playoff team this year. I don't know. And again, the Astros they can make moves at the trade deadline and bring in some players to play on that roster, especially if they need offense. But losing Kyle Tucker is a huge, huge loss. And I think obviously moving him, they couldn't re-sign him. And that was the reason why they decided to move him. Alex Bregman, too. He wanted a lot of money, and he went to the Boston Red Sox. So I think there's going to be a lot of questions on why the GM decided to go this route and really live on their pitching staff. But over the last 2 years, the pitching staff's been up and down. But if they play at the 100%, I think these are the two best teams, Speedy, in the division.
Yeah, and you were talking about it in your segment too, Goody, with like pitching factories, teams that have enough pitching depth to make it work. They don't have to rush their pitchers into one particular role. A lot of the young guys. Hunter Brown had a really bad start to the season last year and a really good second half of the season, one of the best in the American League. Mm-hmm. And Arrighetti was another one that was a big breakout for them as well. In addition to all the guys that they've called up in the past couple years, Joba, you were a couple months ago on with Pound for Pound arguing Valdez being the best pitcher in baseball. Like he's been that good. And now they're going to have to do a lot more of that with the bullpen kind of going into turnaround. And the offense is going to be the big question with them because they haven't had as much when it comes to the big prospect with offense since their original core. Now, I like their catcher Diaz. I think he's a very good one. But again, in a larger sample, can they do it? The Rangers, I agree with you guys, are probably favorite right now because they have a lot of organizational depth.
Don't count out Seattle.
I'm not counting out Seattle by any
means. Count out Seattle is my number 2.
Yeah. Because Seattle's offense, I can't imagine it being as bad as it was last year.
And they have I believe they have the best bullpen in this division. I think
their starting 5 are electric and they're young with Gilbert, and they have Luis Castillo as the anchor. Then you go to Bryce Miller, who is nasty. Yeah, Ryan Wu was really good. And then, like you said, George Kirby as well. So
Kirby's the dude.
Yeah.
I like Bryce Miller.
You like Bryce over Kirby?
I like Bryce Miller.
Strikeout guy last year. He definitely could make it.
They're all good. It doesn't matter. They all could win a Cy Young.
But you gotta understand too, like when you talk from the offensive side, like in a leader, and what I've heard, and I don't know if Goody you've heard this, but Julio is a dude. Like he has taken over, and like that dude is a monster.
He doesn't start off the season strong. That's the problem with Julio. Julio's a great player. He's one of the best power hitters in baseball. But in the beginning of the season, he loses he loses the ball and he can't hit those home runs. Go look at the last 2 seasons. Yeah. In the beginning of the season, the first like 40, 50 games, he's not anything. And then in the second half of the season, he picks up his offense and he squeezes. I think he needs to start the season off strong if this team expects.
I think they're so young though that it's going to be tough. Like they're so young.
And they're not very deep in their lineup. And they should have done more last year at the trade deadline. I think they have enough resources to do it. Their farm system is top 10, believe it or not.
They have one of the richest owners too.
Yeah. But they barely spent.
Duh.
I think it's going to go Texas, Seattle, Astros, A's.
Wow.
Yeah. And like we were saying with the Nationals last week, don't be surprised if the A's are like not the basement. Like,
no, and they always find these pitchers. They bring in Luis Severino. Severino, he had a pretty good season with the Mets. He'll pitch well this year, and he'll be traded at the trade deadline.
I'm going to tell you the A's are going to be hot garbage.
No, they're not going to be as bad as people think.
I don't think so.
Their offense actually was one of the higher ones.
Playing at home.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with the travel. I get what you're saying with that. But they have a lot of good young offense, and
you know, that plays into the game.
Goody, you were mentioning some of the Rays' depth. They got another one of those guys with springs,
and they got a great young shortstop in Jacob Wilson. I'm sorry.
I think the A's are going to be good. I just don't think it's their time right now.
No, I didn't say a playoff team, but they'll be like a 73, 74 win team. They'll be pesky.
I think they're better than that.
I
think they're better than
if
that.
they get
stay healthy.
If they get like the bigger like prospects to be able to hit right away, it's definitely possible. I think the top 3 in that division could make it tough, but I think
the Angels are going to suck.
Yeah, they have like barely any.
I didn't even mention the Angels.
They're going to be really bad. I feel bad for Mike Trout. I feel bad.
I love Ron Washington.
Trout's going to hit 30, and Wash is the best.
Love Ron Washington. He's got the cleanest nose in the league, so he told me.
The dirtiest nose in the league, but
he said, I got the cleanest nose in the league. I know how to pick him.
Yeah, boy, you never know. You know, he's got a lot of powder there.
He's fantastic.
Like donuts.
and the players like it.
But this is a division that I could be like very one of those ones like we've talked about before, where it's kind of like where people are going to be. This could be one where I think it could really like shake some feathers, and I think it'll be obviously the Astros shake. What'd you say? What was that? You
pulled it out of my ass.
Yeah. Well, I'm not pulling anything out of my ass. That's just a
Not
brag.
yet. Maybe by the end of the night you will.
That's just it. But I think this division is like as I go through it and I look and see like lineups and depth that they have, I think it's really a great division, obviously. But I think this is going to be a better division than people think. Like DeGrom,
there's only one clear cut guy. Only one clear cut
Rangers.
That's the Rangers.
Yeah,
that's
the Rangers.
The clear cut team. The others are going to be. They're just going to beat up on each other if
And
the
don't
Rangers can
forget
stay
about-
healthy.
And don't forget about
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that much. I don't think they're just gonna. I don't think so. You get DeGrom every time, and he's healthy.
Good luck.
Ain't nobody beating him.
Or
just gonna tell you that right now.
How about Nathan
Rangers will give
Eovaldi?
him run support.
How about Nathan Eovaldi?
Well,
If
I
you
couldn't
see-
even get there yet.
If you see Jacob DeGrom and Nathan Eovaldi in the top of your rotation in the playoffs, good luck.
Sorry.
Good
Good
luck.
luck.
Sorry.
Nathan Eovaldi is the most athletic besides me. He's the second most athletic guy in the league. Let me
Well,
tell
you're
you.
not in the league anymore.
Well,
so,
he is the most
T-ball.
athletic in the league.
Most athletic in T-ball. Okay.
You see, I'm repping East Orange, baby.
I know. I saw that. That's why I said that.
At the same time, you say that, and we've already covered the NL East.
Made my nipples hard.
Bartolo Colon was the most athletic person I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my tooth hole.
Jabba, the greatest upset on a bunt ever. Bartolo Colon fields the ball, beats D. Gordon to first base on his own.
Pulled it out of my ass.
It happens. It happens.
Look at Jabba. He's shaking his head.
Do you think though, honestly, like so going back to it, I love the Mariners being so young because there's a lot of guys that have to prove themselves.
Mhm.
And you have like a lot of other guys in this division that like, have been in the game. I think it's scary. I don't think the A's are going to do. I think Jacob Wilson is going to be a monster. I think so. And, coming up and doing what he's done, I think he has a great chance.
Mm.
But you have all these other guys. The Astros are the Astros. Everybody's going to talk about them, right? And that's just kind of the way it is. But there's other and everybody's like, oh, is DeGrom going to stay healthy? Angels, it is what it is. Because they ain't got shit.
The direction, the Angels. They're basically the Rockies of the American League.
Yeah, there's the American League West. That's all our opinions. As our opinions are valued. We'll see how it all falls together. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our guest who's probably 8 to 7 minutes away, but we have another segment as we call this Tic-Tac-No. Speedy, you like this?
Morris, right in the butt.
What?
We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen.
No. Now here's your host, the Tick himself, Owen the Tick Reckner.
No. No.
Errol, you threw me off because I thought we weren't doing this till later. So
Oh, I'm a little lost because I'm following the list over here that Speedy sent me, and that's what I'm following. As
Thought it was after the guest.
no, I have American League West preview and then Tic-Tac-No. This is what I have over here, and that's what I'm following. So there you go. I'm just
threw me
following
off
what
a
was
little bit.
given to me. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
we'll
I'm
run
just
with it.
following the list that was given to me as it's been set up by the old speedster. As our coach over here is over there dealing with COVID.
That's why I said read the effing chat.
Right now, dude, I'm reading what I was sent to me, and this is what I'm following right now. So there you go.
Hey, it's
Anyways,
all right.
let's go.
All right, first question. Who has a record for most threes in an NCAA tournament game?
Oh, Jimmy Fredette.
Nope.
I'm gonna go with. I think it was semi-recent. Carson Edwards with Purdue.
No.
Oh boy.
The game they should have won against freaking Virginia.
Virginia?
You wish.
Errol, you got a guess?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Who had the record for most threes in an NCAA tournament game?
Fish, stop it. Yeah, this is not the time to do that, Fish. Don't do it. Stop it. Go ahead. What was the question?
Sorry, record for most threes in an NCAA tournament game.
Threes.
Recent or like old?
It's not recent. It's older, I would say.
Most threes.
Not like 1930s, but it's older.
I don't know. Bobby Hurley.
Nope.
Okay. So.
Definitely not Dan Hurley.
Well, I know it's not Dan Hurley because he couldn't hit a shot. So, I don't know. I'm lost there.
Joba, you got anything?
All the ones that I would have thunk, I got crickets. I got Snickle Fritz.
All right. It was Jeff Fryer. He hit 11 threes in a single game in 1990.
That's what I was going to say next.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, I couldn't get swept this time. I had to come up with a difficult question, We'll go
Jeff
middle.
Fryer, who did he play for?
I don't even know. Let me look for you. Played for Loyola Marymount.
Oh, Loyola Marymount. Yeah.
One of the three Loyolas, yes.
Very good.
Okay.
Next question.
All right.
Yeah, we had no shot.
I told you I couldn't get swept this week, so I had to come up with something.
We should bring Rob in here. He probably knows the answers better than we do. Go
Who
ahead.
is the only player to hit 2 grand slams in one inning?
Fernando Tatis Sr.
That's easy.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Speeder.
it was off the same pitcher, Chan-Ho Park.
Yeah, it was. The only time to do that.
That part I didn't remember. I knew it was the same pitcher.
That gets a plus. We get to go somewhere else now. We get 2 spots.
I played with Chan-Ho Park.
Go bottom right.
Look at that big head right there. Oh, my God. What an ugly mug over there. What an ugly mug. All right.
All
here we
right.
go.
What's special about the day before and after the MLB All-Star game?
Getting
It's
off
the
day.
only game with none of the 4 professional sports leagues that don't run the game.
Yeah, that's why they have it. That's why
Speedy's on a roll, baby. He's on a
that's
roll.
why the ESPYs are when they are, because there's no sporting events.
Yep, no sporting events.
All right, let's go bottom left.
Oh, he's ready to close it up, Speedy. Close that hole, baby.
All right, here we go.
Just made my nipples hard.
Who has the most Ryder Cups points scored of all time?
Oh.
Fryer Cup?
Ryder Cup.
Is this golf?
Ryder Cup.
This is golf. This is golf.
Oh.
It's Patrick
Daly.
Reed.
We'll go with Goody's boy.
God,
What'd
it's
you
not
say,
Patrick
Speedy?
Reed.
Freddie Couples.
Nope. Speedy, who'd you say?
I said Goody's boy, Sean Daly.
No, I don't even know if he made a team.
John Mothersucking Daly.
That was a joke.
That was Fish's
I have
guess,
no
by the way.
idea.
That wasn't my guess. I got
I
another
got one.
I have no idea.
I'm going to take a guess. Jack Nicklaus.
No, you guys all went Americans. There's Europeans too. Sergio Garcia.
Oh,
That's
that's
enough.
that was my guess.
Carl said it in the comments section. Unfortunately,
Carl.
Yes.
Carl's cheating. He's cheating.
20 and a half. Let's just go middle. Bottom middle.
Damn it,
Carl. You cheater.
All right. How many times did Babe Ruth steal home?
6.
Nope.
4.
Nope.
Java.
I'm just gonna be an asshole and say none.
Nope.
I figured that
Good
makes
guess.
it easy.
I'm going to go 1.
No, he stole it 10 times.
Oh
I should have said 10. I should have said 10.
That's a win, boys. Big comeback.
You little punk ass.
Yeah.
This guy, man.
Yeah,
This-
Loyola Marymount.
Hey, you're welcome.
Real
Yeah,
cool.
Thank you. Thank you. What a week. What a week.
Just giving you some knowledge.
Yeah. So, spread some knowledge, right, Speedy?
That's why Nebraska wears
Good,
N on their helmets. N for knowledge.
Speedy, did anybody give you knowledge?
There you go.
It's not coming from the soundboard, that's for sure.
You just made my nipples hard.
I'd rather take a. I'd rather get
Pulled
some
it out of
knowledge.
my ass.
Oh goodness.
Those are great. I have to say they are great. It's better. Sometimes it's
Slap that ass.
you got to slap it, right, Speedy?
We have a guest waiting.
All right, but he slaps some asses, I'm sure.
You can ask him when he comes in.
When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on Job in the Mouth, we will be talking to former Seahawks, Browns, Cowboys, Colts running back Robert Turbin. But first, our Sports Minute with the own and weary Tommy Poops.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right. I am back once again, giving you guys the scoop on everything latest within the sports world. And to start it off with, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles have signed free agent tackle Kendall Lamb to a 1-year deal. Now, after losing much of their free agents and even losing offensive lineman Mekhi Becton to the Chargers, Lamb will now compete to replace Fred Johnson as the swing tackle. And going over to the NCAA basketball, non-March Madness related, but Sacramento State will be hiring former NBA point guard Mike Bibby as the team's next head coach. Now, Bibby played 14 seasons in the NBA and spent 6 of those seasons with the Sacramento Kings, as Bibby will now be the coach for Sacramento Kings for this foreseeable future. And to finish it off on the hardwood in the NBA, the Knicks star point guard Jalen Brunson is going to be out at least another week. Now, Brunson has returned to limited action on the court with a sprained ankle. However, Brunson is likely to remain out until the last week of the regular season. And keeping it on the NBA right now for Scoops' scores, the Mavericks currently have a 112-93 lead over the Nets with 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, while with 7 minutes and 30 remaining in the third, the Pelicans have a 65-64 lead over the 76ers. With about a minute and a half left in the first quarter, the Nuggets have a 32-21 lead over the Bulls. And over in the NHL right now, the Canucks and Devils are currently tied with 1 apiece. The Islanders have a 3-2 lead over the Blue Jackets, while the Wild and Stars are currently tied with only 0 on the board. And the Red Wings and Utah Hockey Club, what a funny name, are tied with 1 apiece in the first period. And that is all the time I have for you guys right now. Guys, make sure you're checking out our YouTube at Jabba in the Mouth and all our social medias at Twitter, TikTok, and on Instagram, all at Jabba in the Mouth. Make sure you're also checking us out at Apple Podcasts and on Spotify at Jabba in the Mouth. And with that being said, here is your next guest on Jabba in the Mouth, Mr. Rob Turbin.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Good for you, good for you. It's good for both. Slap that ass. Thank you. Willie Whoppers, Speedy. Willie Whoppers. I disturb you. The harder the better, right? Why don't you give her the bear back? To Mario. Are you a meat bender? 631-672-3108. Somebody's got a belt. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I wonder who that is. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in, Jabba in the Mouth is brought to you by the wonderful Ice Shaker. Ooh, 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 ooh. You like them, you buy them, and you toss them. Speedy, you know all about tossing things. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. If you go to Ice Shaker right now, if you're a March Madness fan, you can get yourself a Duke. Wonderful Ice Shaker. You can get yourself an Alabama Ice Shaker, a University of Kentucky Ice Shaker. And you can get any one of those ice shakers. And even if you want my fat mug on an ice shaker, you can get that specially made. All you have to do is go to www.iceshaker. There you go. .com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been wonderful. It's been a wonderful show, but it's even more wonderful that we have a new guest. He's wearing a belt as he is now the one and only champion of he'll probably tell us. We're now talking to former Seahawks, Browns, Cowboys, and Colts running back Robert Turbin. Rob,
And he was, and let's say he was a dude.
He was a dude. He's a
Fellas,
dude.
I appreciate the warm welcome. Thanks for having me on the show.
Rob,
I just want to say, I want to add that listen, I know that I was in Cleveland for a ham sandwich and maybe a cup of coffee. I typically don't associate myself with that franchise, though. Okay, so next time it's just the Seahawks, Cowboys, and Colts. Okay, we'll just pretend like the Browns don't even exist. Okay, all right, is that cool with you guys?
Listen, I understand, and maybe you're friends with Myles Garrett because before he got that wonderful $40 million contract, he wanted to get himself shipped out of town. But hey, $40 million makes him very, very happy. As we all know,
I would have stayed in Cleveland for $40 million a year too. So hey, can't blame him for that. Now I see you guys admiring my championship belt. I just want to let you guys know that I am the fantasy football king. Okay, at least I was this past season. Michael Fabiano and his crew invited me to be a part of their fantasy football league the last 2 seasons, really, and came close to first season. But this last season, you're looking at the champ of the Busted Open League.
It does look sexy around your shoulder, man. I can't lie
I appreciate
to you.
that. I appreciate that.
It looks sexy.
You know what I mean? I appreciate that.
It doesn't look sexy around Jabba's. If it went on Jabba's shoulder, I don't think it'll look sexy like it does on yours.
No. First of all, stop hating. Like, why you hating?
I'm not hating.
I mean, Jabba's got the beard. He's got a nice beard going on. Got a little gray in there.
Right.
Yes,
It's definitely a little lost.
He might. This belt was influenced by some of the WWE guys that we have in our league. Mark Henry's in our league.
Oh,
remember him, Sexual Chocolate?
Oh yeah, definitely.
A couple other
He's
guys.
A little chocolate. Yes.
Yeah, man. Good time. So you guys in the future, if you need some fantasy advice, you know where to go.
Well, listen, if you're playing in the league, I'd probably pick you now. I'm starting to fall in love with you. I mean, not that kind of love, but enough. I'm falling. You're precious to me, as Precious Achua is definitely not precious to me right now on the Knicks as he's playing like crap. But nevertheless, we got a lot to get into, and the Dallas Cowboys are one team that you played for and definitely stand for nothing over the last couple of years when it comes to the running back play. I got to get into this because you know a little bit about the Cowboys and how bad their running backs have been over the last couple of years. What are the Cowboys doing, and what do you think the Cowboys should do in this year's draft?
I think that they're being frugal. Okay, that's what they've been doing the last couple of years, and you can't blame Jerry Jones for that. Like, Jerry Jones has been taking a lot of heat for like the last year and a half. Last year because he didn't get Derrick Henry, okay, and this year because he's taking so long to get contracts done. Right, Micah Parsons still not extended yet. But let me just say this, all right, because I've been like the Lone Ranger defending Jerry Jones and his opinion. Okay, Last year, when everybody wanted him to get Derrick Henry, of course, he's the king. He's my favorite running back in the league, all right, and has been for a long time. But he was at that 30-year-old threshold. He carried the Titans for a number of years. And so when you're looking at the numbers, as a general manager, he's likely not the only GM thinking to himself, man, that's a running back with a lot of miles. Do I really want to commit X amount of dollars to Derrick Henry this year? Now, obviously, he proved that was a mistake because he's still the king. But when you're looking at it from an evaluation standpoint before it happens, you got to take that into consideration. He said, I got a young guy, Rico Dowdle. Maybe he'll give me something. All right. So, okay. You're not going to always hit. But for the most part, Jerry Jones has hit. I mean, the team wins 13 games every year except last season. You don't think Jerry Jones has something to do with that? He's the one putting together the roster. So I just think that he's been taking too much heat lately, and people have been forgetting about the regular season success that the Cowboys have had. That success, a lot of that has to do with Jerry Jones and his crew putting together the roster. It's not
Rob, I gotta cut in here because you're upsetting me here. I'm a Dak Prescott fan. I stand for everything Dak Prescott stands for, and I have been supportive to this man for a very, very long time. I see you shaking your head.
Yeah,
I understand.
That's where you messed up right there.
Well, no, what they messed up on is pretty simple. Jerry Jones opening his mouth.
You think they messed up on.
No, what they've messed up, Jerry Jones going out there.
We're talking to a dude that's done it and knows it. You can't say that.
Was he drafted by Jerry Jones? Was he or was he not?
He was not. He was not.
And why did Jerry Jones, after the fact, a year ago, go out there and throw his team under the bus, telling everybody, hey, this is how we draft our players? Jerry Jones is senile. That's what he is. He needs to step away from the game and let somebody else run that team and that organization. I'm out of my mind. What if they won? They haven't won since the 90s.
But is that Jerry Jones's fault?
100%. He's the owner of the team.
Is it Jerry Jones's fault that they called it incomplete on Dez against the Green Bay Packers in the playoffs? Is it Jerry Jones's fault that Dak Prescott can't get it done in the playoffs? He's putting together the roster every year. They're winning 13 games, except for last season. Jerry Jones can't go out there and step back in the pocket, step up in the pocket, and make the throws. He's not the one doing it.
Rob, how many quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl in the last 10 years? How many big-name quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl in the last 10 years? There's only, a handful of quarterbacks, 3, maybe 4, that's won Super Bowls? If you look at it, who's won the Super Bowl in the last 10 seasons, it's 4 teams? That's all it is.
Okay, that's fine. You can.
So you're gonna blame Dak Prescott because there's no wide receivers? Jerry Jones gave him nothing. He's got CeeDee Lamb. Who's his running back?
Oh my!
I'm sorry. Bring Ezekiel Elliott back. Perfect.
Wow.
Grand slam. Let's hit a home run on that one.
Wow.
Give me Ezekiel Elliott $16 million. Home run. Let's hit it out of the park.
Unbelievable. So remember when Zeke Elliott was in Mexico holding out?
Yeah, I remember.
All the Cowboys fans, including you.
No, I'm not a Cowboys fan.
Jones, what are you doing? Pay Zeke Elliott. And he did. And what happened was Zeke Elliott ended up having one too many Tostitos out there in Mexico. It wasn't the same player when he got back. Is that Jerry Jones' fault? He did what you asked him to do. I'm just saying, man, he takes too much flack. The teams, they've been together. He put together good rosters. It's not his fault that they can't execute.
Really? He put together a good roster.
We can look at the numbers of the Super Bowl. But at least get to the championship game. At least get to the championship game.
It has something to do with your defense. Your defense doesn't show up against the Green Bay Packers. You're going to blame Dak Prescott for that? Rob, come on.
I'm not going to blame Jerry Jones.
Stop. Yeah, you have to. You give him no weapons. You give him CeeDee Lamb and nobody else. Who's the other wide receiver they have? Give me a wide receiver that they have besides CeeDee Lamb. Give me a running back that they've had in the last 3 years that's any good that he's given Dak Prescott. Please, I'm ready. Come on. Come on, Rob.
First of all, when the Cowboys signed Brandon Cooks, wasn't he just coming off 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons?
Come on, Brandon Cooks.
Was he not coming off 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons? I'm just asking a question. Let's not act like he wasn't a baller.
Stop.
He went and got the help he needed. Tony Pollard was no slouch, bro. He damn near took over the job over Zeke Elliott.
And where is he now? Where was he last year?
With Tennessee.
Oh, he was balling out. Yeah. Where did Tennessee go? I'm sorry. Nowhere last year.
Now Tennessee don't got a quarter. They don't have anybody. Okay.
All right.
Quarterback.
Listen, I know all about bad quarterback play. I'm a Jet fan. I'm a Jet fan. I know all about it.
Needs a lot of. Are you a Cowboys fan or a Jets fan? I'm confused now.
I never said I was a Cowboy fan, Rob.
He's got a friend who, Rob, you want to hear something funny? He has a friend who's a Cowboys fan.
I got a lot of friends that are Cowboys fans.
No, but this one's very specific. He had a friend that's a Cowboys fan that 8 years ago said that Ezekiel Elliott would have the same numbers if he had Barry Sanders' offensive line.
He's on drugs. And by the way, Fish told me he had to give me a feedback because I don't have it in front of me. Cooks had 699 yards and 3 touchdowns with Houston the year before he went to Dallas.
Okay. So I was a year off, but before that, he had I think it was 6 or 7.
He had 6
straight 1,000-yard seasons. Okay,
Rob, I still love you.
A good number 2 receiver.
You know, why don't you send that trophy to me? Send that belt to me. I'll put it on my.
No way. I'm the champion.
I'll shine it up. I'll shine it up for you. I'll put it in a nice case here in the studio for you, and you can come and visit it.
Nah, that's staying right here in the office, baby.
Go ahead, Speed.
All right, so I wanted to ask about, like, you're talking about the running back market, like you're questioning with Derek, like a lot of GMs questioning with Derrick Henry. Now, obviously, this offseason, they turned it around with the extreme value with Saquon Barkley going to the Eagles. Obviously, Giants getting all the flack that they deserve to get. So, do you think that mindset could change within, not necessarily this offseason, because I don't know if it really happened that much, but even in the future with running backs and also even linebackers that are not getting paid as much?
You mean just the overall market for running
backs?
Market
value, yes, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's growing. I think it's it's kind of being reborn in a lot of ways. Now, there's some guys that really have to, they've got to prove some things in order to keep that going. Like, I think this is a really important year for Najee Harris. Not just for him, but for the market for running backs, right? But we are seeing a trend where teams are leaning towards that number one back. We can look at the NFC West, for example, and the Rams. They drafted Blake Corum last year. Blake Corum was a dog for Michigan, right? And so when they drafted him, we all assumed okay, Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, this 1-2 punch. Blake Corum really didn't play that much, man. It was Kyron Williams, toting the rock, Arizona, James Conner. We thought, man, he was going to be a vet. The Cardinals drafted a rookie. We thought maybe James Conner was the bell cow, for the Cardinals last season. Same thing with Kenneth Walker III when he was healthy in Seattle. And so that trend, really, if you look at it, the Detroit Lions are a team that had a true 1-2 punch. You could say that about the Steelers with Warren and Najee Harris. And then as far as a running back by committee, really the only team that I can think of last season off the top was Denver. It was they had a different starting running back every week. But outside of that, teams, they went with their number one guy, maybe except the Raiders had a little 1-2 punch going on.
Browns had about 4 running backs last year.
Well, but that's only because of Nick Chubb's injury.
Yes.
Right? Had Nick Chubb been healthy from the jump, he's always been
that was their only option, though.
Right. Well, they had some other guys that came along even when Nick Chubb was healthy. You know what I mean? They had a 3-headed sort of monster going on a little bit in Cleveland for a while, but
Jets did
Nick
too.
Chubb's always been the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Say it again.
The Jets did too. Mm-hmm.
Running back by 1-2 punch.
They had Breece Hall, they had Allen, and they had Davis. So they had a. They had a triple threat.
Davis played a little bit. Allen came on, but again, that was because of injury. That's when Allen started to come on. Before that, it was all Breece Hall, and he just wasn't being
sense, by the way. It wasn't making any sense. That's why Bambi is, the defensive coordinator for San Francisco. As we call him, Bambi, deer in the headlights. Robert Saleh. There you go.
Who?
So you can use that.
Man, come on, man. Robert Saleh is a good coach, man.
Listen, do you really want to get into it? We got to talk off air, my friend. I could go deep into this.
Were you there in Seattle with him when he was there as a DB
coach? Yeah, I was. I was there in Seattle with him when he was more of a quality control coach on the defensive side, kind of learning the ropes. You know what I mean? But you can't deny what he did as a defensive coordinator with the 49ers. And as a head coach of your New York Jets, obviously it didn't work out, but the defense was a top 10 defense. And when he left, they fell off.
Actually, they didn't. Olbrich actually had the defense as the third best defense in all of football.
Last season?
Last season, they were ranked third at the end of the season. Third.
At the end of the season.
No, at the end of the season, when you tally up what they did, the Jets were third in defense in the whole league.
Total defense.
Total defense.
But what's third? What's third get you? Not a damn thing.
It doesn't. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with it. He just said something. I'm going to rebuttal it. Okay, you want to attack everything I say? That's fine. You can rebuttal whatever you say. I'm giving you facts.
Isn't that my job?
Yeah, but I'm giving you facts. These are all
That
facts.
defense took a little bit of a step back last season, dog, and they were 20th in the league. I'm telling you, they weren't in the top 10 last year.
I'm talking about all-purpose yards last year. I'm talking about all-purpose yards.
I'm just talking about the defense as a whole. Total defense. They took a step back without
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. Listen. I have to attack here, Mr. Turbin. I need that belt. Send it over, my friend. I'm about to take it.
Win first. Win something first.
Dude, bring me in your league. Bring me in your league.
I'll be happy to.
All right, let's do it. I'm all about it, my friend. I want to grab that belt and I'm going to tell Mark Henry I'm going to be sexual chocolate at the end of it. You could call me Sexy D, baby, or Sexy E. There we go.
Hell
Sexy
no.
E.
No.
He ain't gonna win nothing. So let's just
well, you obviously don't know me you don't know me in fantasy football. I don't know what he's talking about. So whatever. Go ahead, Chop.
No, Turb, at the same time, like, you know, as obviously as athletes and like going through all this stuff, and like I'm not an X and O's guy. Like that's just not who I am. I just want to know like culture and how like things work. Like and you've been around the game for so long and been very successful. And mind you, my dad went to the University of Utah. You went to Utah State.
Nice.
But it's just like, how do you think culture of what a locker room or, you know, just being around the guys has an effect on a team?
It's really huge. And I'll give an example. Like, you know, when I played in Seattle, man, that locker room was so close knit that it didn't matter what position group you were talking to or whatever. Like everybody was involved with one another. Like, you know, I remember there were, you know, a few practices we had, and like after practice, like, you know, Sherm would sit by me. He would come to my locker, you know, as a rookie, come sit down with me. And we'd chop it up for like 2 hours. And we just talking about anything. Like we're talking about on the field stuff, off the field stuff, branding, marketing, because he was so good at that kind of thing. Same thing with a guy like Cam Chancellor, invite me to the house, or Earl Thomas, who would invite me to a barbecue. Like, and typically in a locker room, you're connected with your position group, but that's not how it was, you know, in Seattle. And the teams that I've been on that have been really successful, that's how they are. Like it's a whole, the whole locker room like connects with one another. But when I was in Cleveland, I remember being at my locker and I go to talk to Joe Thomas. All right, we're talking about, because I'm new to the team. I got to the team early, but I didn't play until week 7 because I had an high ankle sprain. So I sat out the first 7 weeks of the season. And so I'm over there talking to Joe, all-time great. And I would say a really good friend. I mean, me and him still chop it up to this day. But when I got back to my locker, I had a teammate who will remain nameless because I don't want to call anybody out like that. But he came up to me. He's like, "Hey, man, why you over there talking to them dudes over there, man?" And I didn't even know. I honestly didn't even know like how to respond. I'm like,
right,
huh? He's like, "Man, we don't talk to them." But I'm first of all, I'm a running back. That's my offensive line. You know,
that's my dude.
Like I took the offensive line to dinner when I was in Cleveland. What do you mean? It didn't matter if the offensive line, defensive line, safety. I should be able to chop it
Cleveland. You said you weren't going to mention Cleveland,
but I have to tell the story because I'm I want to give the example of why it matters, why the culture matters. And so when you're in a culture and an environment like that, that's why for so long a franchise like that hadn't been successful. You coming up to me, you're upset with me for talking to another teammate, just having a conversation? That's weird. We supposed to be a team. So for the locker room to be
glad I asked
divided
that
like
question
that,
because that's exactly Turb.
yeah, it's an ugly culture, man, and that produces losing. But when you got a culture, that culture matters, man. When everybody's connected like that, you got more chance to win.
We are talking to former Seahawks, no Browns, Cowboys, and Colts running back Robert Turbin. Rob, Russell Wilson's been taking a lot of slack throughout the last couple of years. I don't know what's going on. We've had so many different players that have played with Russell Wilson, was drafted with Russell Wilson. Some people say he's a little yapper, and then there's other guys that say he's a good guy. You played with Russell Wilson. Why is he getting so much slack from people off the field?
I really don't know, man. Russell always displayed such good leadership. Like, man, when we were in Seattle, this was before even Russell got paid. After our rookie year, he used to host workouts in Hermosa Beach near LA. And he would invite the entire offense. Everybody got the invite. Not only did they get the invite, but Russ, with whatever little money that he had, being drafted in the 3rd round, made sure that the you had to get yourself there, but he made sure the hotels were taken care of. The first time I ever got to see Kobe Bryant was one of my all-time favorite, one of my biggest inspirations. And I never got to see him live. And I did twice because of Russell Wilson. And it wasn't like we were, as an offense, we weren't sitting in the nosebleeds. I'm talking about like 3rd, 4th row at Staples Center. And Russ put that together for everybody, for the whole offense. You know what I mean? That's the type of leadership that he displayed the entire time he was in Seattle. When the Hermosa Beach thing kind of came to an end, he's like, you know what? Let's switch it up. This was 2015. He took everybody to Hawaii. That was the same year I got cut, and I still got an invite. Like, man, come to Hawaii. We're not going to work on the Hermosa Beach this offseason. We're going to go to Hawaii for a week. And again, he had to get yourself there, but the hotel and everything like that, the food, man, Russell handled all of that, man. And so when he gets this kind of like negative flack, especially from his teammates, I'm like, man, what? It had to be something like we don't know about, like outside of the locker room,
individual aspect.
Yeah, it had to be like an individual
because
thing.
That's what Marshawn said too in an interview that he
Richard
did.
Sherman too. Richard Sherman said
and
it
they're
too.
like, hey, I had to talk to his manager before I could talk to him. Like when did that come to fruition? Like, and I hate to say this, but this is as a kid from the north side of Lincoln, growing up in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
When did he get gay? Like at the point, when did he start feeling himself? Where it's like, you don't have to do the other shit. Like, be real to the people you are.
Yeah, I don't know. That you got to ask those guys. If that was Marshawn's experience, then that was his experience. I never had to deal with that. Like, now, did Russell call me on a block number sometimes? Yeah, but I don't care. What so what?
Fam,
what's the big deal?
You answer a block number?
Because I know it's him.
No. Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. Well,
you already, it's just like, it's whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what other things are going on in his life. That makes him like have to move a certain way. It's just one of those things. Like, I don't know. Like, when I invite people to my house, I give them a fake address every time. Even if it's my own family, I give them a fake address. They call me like, hey, I'm in front of a, and then I tell them, oh, make a left at the corner, go around the roundabout.
Okay. Let me take this, Turb. Let me take this.
To Mario.
Knowing exactly what you're saying. When you get to that point, right? And like, you are that dude, and like, let's be real. Like, we've been that dude. And you kind of have to do that. But where's the point that you like, where is the people that you have them here? And then the other ones you're like, nah, like, you're good. Like, because we've got, and as athletes, it's different, right? Because we're in whatever you want to call it, in the realm of whatever it is. We're doing a job. We're providing for our family. That's the same shit You go work a 9 to 5, you're providing for a family. Same shit.
Mhm.
Doesn't mean anything different. We
Mhm.
just happen to be a little bit different.
Yeah, you're making millions and millions of dollars. That's what you're doing.
Well, that's true too. But when do you decide there was always a thing for me that I knew that I was like, okay, I'm giving a fake address, or I'm gonna be like, hey, I'll call you later, or I'll do this. Like, when did you realize, into your career, that you were like, okay, I got my boys, and then when you actually get it, it's like inviting to my son. I'll never forget my son's 7th birthday, and we had everybody over, and it was my teammates and everything. It's like, when do you decide? When do you decide that?
Yeah, it's a good question. The real answer is that it's different for everybody, because what happens is an event happens. You get taken advantage of. Somebody stabs you in the back that you never thought would do such a thing, and that's when it changes. And so then you become skeptical of everybody. If I know you, but I haven't known you like that my entire life, and you get, even if we're on the same level, that's when you start to walk a little bit more carefully, because this is the opportunity now. I had a friend of mine tell me one time, he said, after I got drafted, this is somebody I've known since kindergarten now. You know what I mean? He said, yeah, man, I Googled you and looked up, your contract and stuff like that. I'm like, damn, like, you did all of that. You're supposed to be the homie. So now I gotta
supposed to love me.
Whoa.
Hey,
now I gotta walk more. I gotta walk carefully, bro. I know your mama. She done cook for me. Vice versa.
We broke bread together. We've done everything.
Bro.
Dead
we
ass.
Fights together, all
same thing.
And it's like that.
Oh,
so it's usually an event that happens, and then it's like, damn, man, Turbo, man, you don't never answer the phone, because usually when you calling me, you asking for something. You're not calling me to chop it up and just be, what's up, Turbo?
Yeah, you just ain't sitting here to be like, hey, what's good?
Yeah,
hey,
it's like a setup. Good? Hey, Rob, what's going on, man? Hey, by the way, man.
Yeah, daughter, she's getting looked at here, whatever.
Could you throw me a couple foul? I could use that.
It changes, and so that's why it's like, man, you can't really have an opinion or make a judgment unless you know what's happening in somebody's, individual and personal life.
It's interesting, and we can go over and over again what the NFL has really brought to fans, younger fans, but it's growing, and obviously there's so much money to be made. Lamar Jackson making the money that he's making. We just saw Jamar Chase getting paid, T. Higgins getting paid. When you look at the game, and this has been a big problem, and now finally Saquon Barkley getting his moments due, getting his $20 million and being the highest paid running back of all time, which he should be, obviously, what he has done over the last, couple of years, and I don't know what the Giants are thinking. When you look at the league and what the league is transforming into when it comes to money, why do you think running backs are not getting the respect that they deservedly need?
Well, because of past experiences. That's why. But I think the tide is turning. I really do. Because of Saquon Barkley, because of Derrick Henry, because of Josh Jacobs. I think the tide is turning. All guys, even the younger, like Jahmyr Gibbs, they're Bijan Robinson, like these guys are turning the tide back to a stronger sort of feel for running backs. But historically, you just have to admit, like, the injuries, number one, after a guy gets paid big money, not having the same production, and I hate to, I hate to call out names because, whatever, these guys are good players, but it's just like, you look at a situation with Zeke when he held out, the example I gave earlier, he just wasn't as productive when he got back from Mexico. You look at a Le'Veon Bell, who, he probably should have just took the deal, but he held out and he was never the same again. Melvin Gordon is another example of a guy that just
what do you think changes that though?
Changes what?
What do you think changes that? Like, is it a mindset, or is it just like I'm at the money?
You talking about in terms of running backs, or is front office paying running backs?
No, I'm not talking about just them per se. I'm saying like if you're thinking about it like that in the production, so from front office aspect too, but also from them, it's like, yeah, I've given everything that I could, and now I'm waiting to get paid. What is like, where does that turn? Because it's like for us in baseball, it's like if we have a term year, which means like arbitration or last year of free agency, now it's like boom. It's like, all right, if I have a bomb ass year, I'm about to get blown out. So where did I just like the mindset of like, because you guys are completely different. Because ours are guaranteed. Now it's getting better, which it should be for you guys, because you guys are in a car crash every freaking week.
Right.
And it should be guaranteed money.
I think
Ours is guaranteed until I sign it.
Yeah. I think the only thing that can change it is you just have to continue to be productive. And so that's why I throw out the examples of guys who are, playing well and playing well consistently right now. And I love the year that Josh Jacobs had, because he's coming off of an injury. He's a little bit, he's a little bit older, right? And so for him to come off an injury, go to a new team, and still be as productive as he was. Aaron Jones, another great example in Minnesota, right? A guy who's 30 years old now and highly productive with the Minnesota Vikings. New team. Like, those are the examples that help the cause for running backs. And so you have to continue to be consistent. And that's why early in the show I mentioned Najee Harris. He approached this offseason so graciously, because first of all, he's getting paid under $10 million for this one season for the Chargers. Unbelievable. The guy's been over 1,000 yards every season with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Damn. I mean, you could at least give him, $10 million a year per year. You know what I mean? They give him a 1-year deal for under $10 million. And so, but his approach with humility and confidence and betting on himself, that's going to get him paid eventually, because I think he's going to have a good year with the Chargers, and that just helps the overall market for the running backs.
Do you think, though, age plays a part in that?
Sometimes it does, but like a guy like Aaron, but first of all, Najee Harris is still young. I think he's like 26.
He's young. He's 26, 27 years old.
Yeah. But a guy like Aaron Jones got a 2-year deal in Minnesota. He's 30.
Yeah.
But it's because
Aaron was drafted older, like 24 or something when he was drafted.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I think Aaron Jones was like 24 when he was drafted, though. Like
he's much more consistent, obviously, than Najee.
Right. But he's had some injuries and things of that nature too. Every year he misses games, but he's consistent enough that it's like, man, we got to pay this guy. We got to bring him back. He still has value. I think Christian McCaffrey is going to have a bounce back year. He's a guy who was just like Saquon Barkley, had a great year. Then they gave him more money in the offseason. Unfortunately, Christian got hurt, but still helping that RB market grow and get back to form the way that it used to be.
We are talking to former Seahawks, Browns, and Cowboys and Colts running back Robert Turbin. I know you didn't want me to add the Browns, but
it's all good.
I do want to ask you a question. There's a lot of stuff going on over there in Pittsburgh, okay? And Aaron Rodgers has been in and out, obviously, in the team headquarters. Everybody's saying, well, Aaron Rodgers has no place to play. Why not Pittsburgh? The problem over there at Pittsburgh, there's a lot of stories coming out. I mean, obviously, we all know about the Le'Veon Bell situation, Antonio Brown, everybody that goes over there, even though I think Mike Tomlin is a sensational coach, and he's a great players coach. He can't control these players. Juju Smith-Schuster had problems over there. Now you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers with DK Metcalf. If that happens, how does this work? We have other players. There's defensive linemen coming out and throwing Aaron Rodgers under the bus. We don't want to hear about what you do on the sidelines. We don't want to hear about what you do in your private life. I mean, when you hear that, how is that going to work when you're one of your team leaders or two or even three of your team leaders are coming out and saying, we don't want him here?
Yeah. You know what? You can't deny the arm talent for Aaron Rodgers, but to me, it won't work. The guy for Pittsburgh is Russell Wilson. You bring him back, okay? The thing about the quarterback position when they go to a new team, I mean, we can use Russell as an example, all right? Things didn't go the way that they wanted in Denver, but he had a better second year than the first. It's always the second year unless your name is Tom Brady and you're the GOAT. You go to a new team and win the Super Bowl the first year. Okay, that's rare. All right. You know what I'm saying? Peyton Manning didn't go to the Broncos and all of a sudden just, win the Super Bowl the first. It took time. It took him like 4 or 5 seasons to do it. You know what I mean? We had to kick his ass first. Okay. Right. Then they finally figured it out. You know what I mean? It's the second year though. The second year in the same system with under Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator at Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson to me is by far and away, and I'm not just saying this because we were teammates. To me, second year in the same system, familiarity with DK, familiarity with everybody else that's on the offense, Freiermuth, and everybody. He's the guy for the job in Pittsburgh. I think it's a shame that they're taking this long to make a decision. I think it's a shame that they're waiting on Aaron Rodgers really to make a choice.
Do you think though too, like you obviously been in a locker room, do you think that plays a part not only like with the talent that they have obviously, but what comes along with what you got to deal with
Russ?
No, I'm saying like with certain things, and you've seen that. But what comes with all those guys and being those leaders, there's a lot of things that comes with that. And as he asked with Aaron Rodgers, putting him in the situation, you said Russell is the best situation. And you're not obviously saying Aaron Rodgers isn't great. But do you think there's a part of it where they don't want to get a guy because of what it brings to the clubhouse, locker room, whatever you want to call it?
I don't think so. Maybe some franchises look at it and say, man, we don't really want to deal with this. Like the Vikings came out and said they were out of the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes, and maybe some of that has to do with
never in the Aaron Rodgers
sweepstakes. There you go. There you go. Like, man, we don't want to
never in it, Michael.
They just wanted to save his farm.
That's the problem.
Right. We don't want to deal with the extra. Russ is not going to bring, like, the only thing that Russ brings that might be a little extra is attention. Just that regular paparazzi type. I'm not saying paparazzi is going to be at the Steelers practice, but I'm just saying that type of attention. And, some franchises, are comfortable with that. Some aren't. But as far as the football aspect is concerned, I truly believe Russell Wilson is the man for the job in Pittsburgh.
But you didn't feel like that in a clubhouse if somebody was brought in that realm where it would change the dynamic of what you guys wanted to accomplish, because we all know what we want to accomplish.
I don't think so. I think that the only time it changes is when you got a guy that has like a bad attitude, like, I mean, look, I use Cleveland as an example because it was just like, it was just crazy over there. You know what I mean? But it's just like, man, like, we got a starting quarterback who don't even like really care about this shit like that.
He cares about hand jobs. That's what he cares about. I mean, we got to go hang out with him. I mean, he knows where all the Pollards are. We can hang out with Kraft. We can hang out with him.
I didn't think we were going to go there.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, come on. You know all about it. There we are. Those guys are hanging out every
I
single
didn't
day.
play with Watson. I played with Johnny Football.
That's right.
When I was in Cleveland. You know, I play with Johnny Football, so we didn't have to deal with none of that. Yeah. Now he's about his money now. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I'm
no,
about
I
my money
think that's
too.
the only time like it can be like a distraction. And if you don't have a good culture, then it's hard to mend things together. Like in Seattle, man, come on, man. I mean, the attitudes were correct, the personalities, but Pete just we knew he knew how to handle it, and we knew the ultimate goal. You know what I mean? Was just trying to make a difference and become great. Do something that the Seahawks franchise had never done before. But if you don't have great leadership at the top, it trickles down all the way to the bottom, man, and you become a dysfunctional franchise and team.
I want to ask one quick question with the team we didn't mention yet, the Colts that you played for. It was a year after you were left, but Andrew Luck shockingly retiring. Are you surprised that happened? And what was he like?
Oh, man. First of all, Andrew is the most intelligent quarterback I've ever played with, man. Him, and I'd probably say Tony Romo too. Those guys, they could run the meeting, and they probably could call plays for an entire game without an offensive coordinator. For real. Like, Andrew was like super smart. And, when I first got there, like, he was a little, not everybody is like, has an open personality. Some people are kind of closed off and shy. Like, Andrew was that way at first. And then he started to open up, but I'm not surprised he retired when he did, because you could, like, even at practice, like, you could just, man, in 2016, when I first got there, Andrew was all over everything, man, at practice, getting the ball out, coaching guys up on the field. Turbo, I need you to be here. Boom, boom, boom. And then in 2018, it was just like the energy wasn't there. It just wasn't the same. Like, he just seemed a little discouraged. Like training camp, and he was kind of frustrated that he couldn't quite get healthy, his shoulder. And, he got tired of taking the beating, man. And I think he lost trust. I don't know this for sure, but just thinking about it from a player standpoint and being a franchise guy, I think he lost a little bit of trust with the franchise and ultimately decided to start doing something else.
Rob, before we let you go, I got one more question for you. And I want you to use that word turbo in this argument. CTE has been a big problem right now in the NFL. It's been a big problem. The NFL is trying to clean things up and fix things and make this into like a flag football game. That's what they're doing right now in the Pro Bowl. They've turned it into a flag football game. I think it's a big problem. Now, your thoughts to obviously the change, and what do you think the NFL needs to do with the former players to help these former players actually get the help they need? I don't think they do enough. There should be more money given to these guys. You guys should have, I think, benefits for the rest of your life. If Roger Goodell and his family have benefits for the rest of their lives, and he doesn't even step on a football field, and when he does, he opens his fat mouth and he scares people off. Why don't you guys, and if you were here right now, you were a spokesman, and you are a spokesman, how would you approach this in a way where you can let Roger Goodell and the executives and ownership hear you out on why players should be getting paid or getting taken care of after the fact of your careers are over?
Yeah, that's the thing right there. You nailed it. It's lifetime life insurance. That's what it boils down, or health insurance, I should say.
Yes,
lifetime health insurance is really what it boils down to. Like, I think the players, for the most part, can deal with contracts not being fully guaranteed, because you can negotiate that. We've been seeing that mostly at the quarterback position, but we've been seeing fully guaranteed, 4 years, 35 million, whatever it is. But the healthcare, that's something that it cuts off after 5 years when you're done playing. Mine cuts off at the end of March this year. 5 years from playing. And so I got to go elsewhere, to get health insurance. The lifetime health insurance is where it's at. It really is, and that would be a major difference maker for guys who play in the league.
I need to be your spokesman. All right. Hook me up with the players union. Let me give them a little slap down, smack down. You give me the belt. I'll jump off the turnbuckle.
You might. You might. You seem like a very like a closer. You know what I mean?
I'm
like
a closer, baby.
You get stuff done.
I get it done, man.
But
I close fist people, baby. I don't do that kind of stuff, but you know what I mean. Close fist. No, I'm not talking about the other stuff. You know.
Say something. Say pause or something. Say,
listen, I'm talking positive here, man. I'm a little lost here, but hey, listen, Rob, we really appreciate you, man. And this was a great interview, man. And I think you have the energy and personality. We got to get you on again. A lot more than you think. Let's get you on.
I would love to.
We won't mention the Browns and stuff.
We won't mention the Browns.
Oh, and guys, listen. Spell my name correctly next time. Okay, it's Turbin, not P. Okay, Turpin. That's the guy in the Cowboys. That's okay though. He's a good friend of mine.
I didn't spell it, so that was
it's okay.
I'll spell it right for you.
Listen, I'm not one of those guys. I'm not like a super high maintenance or it's all good. It's all love.
So you're a superhero with a belt, and when I take that from you in the new season, when I join your fantasy league, I'll be sure to tell you and give you all the props after I'm holding that belt in this studio telling you I'm the champion.
Hey, I love it. I love a challenge. I love
it. Listen.
And he won't, but at the same time,
he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He has no idea.
No.
Speedy,
how good are you guys in the fantasy league together?
No, but he'll lose.
We haven't been.
He'll lose. I guarantee you he'll lose. I'm pretty good at fantasy. I play in fantasy baseball, but
he's good at everything. He's good at everything.
Fantasy, Speedy, how good am I in fantasy football?
I don't know your entire track record, but you've been good in the years I've been in your leagues.
Okay, rest my case. All right, I don't have to.
He's good at everything.
I like that.
I will.
Like it, man.
Listen, he doesn't have to give me the confidence. I've got it. Look, I'll do the Hulk Hogan.
They changed it.
Look at that. Look at
that.
Wow,
you got what the hell? What? That's impressive.
We're the best.
I had it, Robert. I had it right on what Errol's reading, and I have it right on this banner that was here, but we don't use the banners as much anymore. But I guess
that's impressive.
Rob, you're fantastic. Keep up the good work. We'll be in touch off air, and we'll talk.
Yeah,
and we want to get you on the show again.
We'll tell you how.
If there's anything I can ever do for you guys, man, don't hesitate to let me know, man. Tickets, whatever it is, man. I got you guys.
We got to do something else. We got to get you out here. We'll talk.
Are you in New York?
We're in New York, man.
I'm in New York. Come on, I'm in New York all the time.
What the hell's wrong with you, man? What's going on here?
I'm definitely in the studio.
Sir, where you at?
I'm based in Cali. I'm on the other side of the coast, but I'm
in Nebraska, so I'm in the middle of all
so yeah. So sometimes I got to come to New York for CBS and do like a TV thing or whatever, in studio thing. And so yeah, man, same thing for Sirius XM. Sometimes I'm in studio for Sirius. So
we got a Turb, man. We got to do the Turb. Okay, we'll have a dance. We'll do the Turb. All right.
Wait, what?
We'll do a Turb. We'll do a dance. We'll create a dance. The Turb. You never heard of it?
No.
He's lost. He's lost.
I'm
lost. I'm trying here, man. I'm trying. I'm do the Turb. The Turbin. Oh, you got it. You got it. Do the Turb.
We'll clean that up.
Not a P, stupid.
No, I said Turb. Turb. The Turb. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't know what that's gonna look like, but
Listen, okay. I could dance, man. I can dance. We might have to go out to the club. I'm a DJ actually, so
okay. All right.
I'll tell you where to go.
I can't dance. I'm the guy that goes to and I just chill and
hit you now. I can teach you, man. I'll teach you how to Dougie, man.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Anyways, Rob, we love you.
As boys from the hood, you cannot you don't do that. No.
By the way, Jets are headed in the right direction, man. You should be happy with what they're doing.
I think so too. We'll talk. We'll talk off air, my friends. Robert Turbin, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. First time on Job in the Mouth. Great personality and answers a question to a T. And he is the champion of his fantasy league, but not for long. I'm just saying. Robert Turbin. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, my friend. Robert Turbin. He was great.
Oh, yeah.
He really was. He was great.
That was fantastic.
Yes. We had a lot of fun. And I do want to do the Turb. I'm going to have to create a dance, and I might have to send it to him, and he has to copy it. Listen, if you guys think that I'm crazy enough not to do it, I will, and I'll do the turb, and I will send it to him, and I'm going to say, okay, we're going to set this up on TikTok, and everybody's going to do the turb. All right, Speedy? Even you, Mr. Rocket Kickers. I mean, seriously. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a couple more segments to go, so stay on as we call this Save Your Tears. Speedy?
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasy.
Say you're sorry.
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what me. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, boy. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Boy, you guys, enough.
It's time for Save Your Tears.
All right, guys. How's everyone doing? I decided to join in for this one. And
there he is.
Why don't we get everybody that played the games, get our interns in on this one, because we had a lot of people play this last game. Guys, my fault on messing up Turbo's last name on the graphic. I haven't messed up like that probably ever.
Yeah,
so,
you keep messing up because you keep changing the list of where we're going and how we're going. So I don't know.
Don't go over time. I won't have to change it.
No, I'm not going over time. I'm reading what you set up, and that's what I do. So go ahead.
We'll talk about it later, but we still have Skip sounded out on your list. Now, Save Your Tears. I had to be here for this one. It's such a pivotal matchup because in this game, it was first off, let me show you who we had to pick from. We had the Clippers, we had the Heat, we had the Nets, and we had the Timberwolves. And everyone had $15 to make their picks. This next week, we're going to do one with the Sweet 16. So it will be college next week. But for now, I need to reveal this because like the last 2 years of college basketball, I am now back-to-back champion in Save Your Tier, defending second time in a row. Tommy with a valiant effort.
I was so
for the
close.
Silver.
Where the hell am I? Am I even on the board? I don't even see.
Oh, you know what? You got cut off. You were in last, Errol.
Oh, okay.
But that's why you were cut off.
Okay.
You had the exact same. It doesn't fit on this, but you had the exact same team as Owen, if you remember. So that is technically you guys are tied for dead last. The reason why I was able to win, I was the only one who picked James Harden, who by far had the most points at the point guard position. And Andrew Wiggins was the ticket. He had a massive game. His second game in the bunch, he had a 60-point fantasy game. That's very rare from a guy like him. Anthony Edwards was the smart pick at shooting guard. Everyone kind of sucked at small forward, and almost everyone took Naz Reid for $1. The other guys were around the same. So I take the gold 2 weeks in a row. Guys, you know what that means.
Mario.
Let me hear them. Starting with our how would you guys do this together at the same time? Because we don't need to take that much time. Since you guys had the exact same team, Errol and Owen, compliment chorus. You guys can share this. Yeah.
Compliment chorus.
Go ahead, Owen. I don't have to say anything.
Fish, the way you do the lineup in the chat is so great, and the way you revamp it and we get to follow the schedule is amazing. The graphics you put up, everything you do behind the scenes, I appreciate it.
And everything you screw up. Thank you.
It's well deserved that you get another back-to-back performance.
Errol, you have to be at least 51% positive. Right now, you're 0% positive.
How you feeling?
Errol's not going to give anything right now.
I am sweating like Lisa Ann in church right now.
All right, so my
with COVID.
All right, so the fact that you're doing COVID and you're dealing with that and coming on the show and doing what you do, you're fantastic. Thank you.
I'll take that. That's 51%. We'll take it.
58%, baby.
Sure. After that, I believe we had Joba.
Me, Fish, I can't tell you how I am so thankful for the things you do. And you now are in the aspect of, because I was the inaugural guy, and I have won, but I've never been back-to-back. So, to respect of what you do, back-to-back, good work, Fish.
You just made
Thanks, Java. Here's the full view. Errol, as you can see over there, Benton, you actually got cut off too. So that was the order right there. So next in this is Nathan, who's going to no-show. Well, I'll get my compliments from Nathan another time. Benton, you're next, buddy.
Fish. I'd like to thank you for hiring me in the first place, bringing me on to the show. And I admire that you stick by the Giants for so long. And nice job for picking a good squad.
God, thanks, man. I
Yeah,
really
you're welcome.
appreciate it.
Mhm.
That was really sweet.
Go
Speedy,
Steelers.
you're up next, man.
All right, I'll even give you that. I'll give you the
See,
justice.
Of course, you would give.
I'll give you that. I'll give you the tribute to that. You went back to back in much more impressive fashion and without the help of the referees like the Kansas City Chiefs.
Excellent point.
Much
Thank
more
you very
valiant
much.
effort.
And now we get to our silver medalist, Manny.
Oh, this is gonna be tough for me.
All right, Fish. Ever since I joined you guys as an intern, I've seen your skills on the production side, and now I got to see your skills on Save Your Tears firsthand. So congrats on the win, and I just hope that me and everybody else that lost this week can learn from you and make better lineups next week.
It's about learning. That's what people don't realize. That's a great point, Manny. And finally, Tommy. I know Tommy thought he won this one because Tommy was asking about Save Your Tears earlier. You did not win, Tommy. Tommy,
Damn
let's
close
hear it.
though.
Silver medal.
Fish, I couldn't have asked for a better winner, a more sophisticated, more knowledgeable ball knower, and Mr. Fish over here.
Slap that ass.
Never afraid to speak
Spank
your
it.
mind, even if it's to a bunch of Eagles fans. While fully
Did
decked out
you just
in
say
Giants
ball knower?
ball knower, ball
He did
knowledge.
say I was a ball knower. Again, we only have to be 51% positive, so it's allowable. And guys, like I said, we're going to do a Sweet 16 version of this on Thursday. Again, our show is on Thursday this week, not Wednesday. Guys, that has been Save Your Tears. If you're unhappy about the results, guys, you're not allowed to cry about it. You have to save your tears.
Save them tears, y'all.
That's it.
How wonderful.
Errol, you'll be back on the top in no time, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Never.
I
He
should.
won't
I
be.
should never. I should never copy Owen on any conversation. that was my mistake right there. Following his lead.
Yeah, that clearly showed it. The Dan Hurley just it's like
all Danny UConn.
Oh
Hurley lineup.
man, figure that one out. Oh, thank you, Owen, for making me even more sicker than I really am. So, all right, we got another story. Am I right? Am I going the right route over here?
Well, we haven't done Sound It Out because we kind of ran into it with the guests. Do you want to save that for later?
We'll save that. We'll save that for Thursday. Okay. We'll still have Dial It Up and the other stuff. So.
Well,
right?
I mean, Sound It Out takes like 3 minutes. So.
All right. So you want to do Sound It Out right now?
Yeah, we might as well.
All
You
right.
want to
Let's do it. As we call this, Sound It Out.
Big roll here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Let's sound it out.
What you call me?
Sound it out.
All right. Again, just some fun here for Errol to sound out some fantastic names of professional athletes. Errol's going to get this one, I'm sure. We have a variety of athletes. We have the first one on the ice. This was Speedy's pick. Errol, sound it out.
Are you kidding me? Lumbomir Wisnowski.
Got
You got the last name right.
He said Lumbo. He's not even
Lumbo. Lubomir.
He put an M in between the U and B.
Could you pronounce it? Could you pronounce it?
Lubomir Wisnowski. How close?
So
am I?
you were better with the first name. He was better with the last name. It's Lubomir.
See?
What
were you talking about, Tommy?
You said
Tommy?
Lumbo.
Doesn't
You said
matter.
Lumbo.
Doesn't
I didn't
matter.
say-
You got it
added
wrong,
a letter.
too.
No,
You got it wrong,
you
too.
added letters up.
All
there.
right.
A bunch of dumbos going on over here. Moving on, 0 for 1. We're going to switch sports to a former Giant and Viking tight end, Errol.
I think I know exactly what this is already.
Errol, sound it out.
Why does that name sound familiar?
I remember the name, but
He's a good player.
I can't like put his face to like the name right now. Hold on.
Visante Shianco.
I remember this guy.
I would give him that. I would give him
I
that
think
one.
so. I
Yeah,
was
that's
going to give you
good.
credit.
Yeah.
You got the first name perfectly. I always said Shenko, but I think that will allow it. Visante Shenko, good backup tight end. I believe he was
Come on.
Shockey's
There we
backup,
go.
Speedy.
All right.
Is that right?
Right.
Yeah, he was the backup tight end for another potentially future sounded out on the Vikings as well.
That's right. That's right. And we have one final one. We're going to go to basketball now, Errol.
Oh, how wonderful.
Good luck on this one. We're going to talk about this guy actually, dial it up as well. Errol. Sound it out.
What the hell?
Sandro.
Nope.
Mamu Kelashvili.
No, it's not right. That wasn't that bad.
Was not bad.
It wasn't that bad.
Mamu Kalashvili. That's crazy. I don't
It's
know how to say that.
Mamuk Lashvili.
Lashvili.
Where did he play in college, Speedy, that you said that you
I
followed?
believe it was
him?
Seton Hall. I believe it was Seton Hall or it was Marquette. I think it was Seton Hall, though. I'm pretty sure.
All right, Errol, 1 for 3 again. All-star batting average in baseball, 333.
All right,
Great job tonight.
I think that's good. I think that's good for me.
Sound it out.
I'll take that. It always works for me. One is better than none. All right. Speaking of none, the NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports that the Giants signed Jameis Winston to a 2-year, $8 million contract. And that's why I say none, because that's what the Giants have. Before the Super Bowl, Winston asked Saquon Barkley where he should sign, and Saquon told him, sign with the Giants. Jameis Winston said something on Twitter after the Giants signed him. Start spreading the news with the capital W that references his pregame speeches. NFL Network's Mike Garofalo reports that the Giants are still in the mix for Aaron Rodgers after he left his interview with the Steelers without a contract. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler says he expects the Giants to keep negotiating with Rodgers, but still expects the Steelers to be the favorites to sign him. Fowler added that the Rodgers is the Steelers' number one priority and that both of them, the Giants, are very likely out of signing Russell Wilson. Winston had 2,121 yards passing last year, 13 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and a 61.1% completion percentage in 7 starts with the Browns last season. That's why I put the big 0 for the New York Giants, because Jameis Winston is not the answer. I don't want to hear that Shedeur Sanders is heading to the Giants. That is not happening, ladies and gentlemen. The Giants are not making a move for Shedeur. I know that's what Giant fans think. It's not going to happen. I can't wait until Shedeur's pro day. I really can't wait for his pro day, because we're going to watch this guy go down in flames. As far as I'm concerned right now, the Giants needed to find somebody that can fill in for at least a year. That's why they're only giving him $8 million. It's not a big contract for a quarterback. He's a fill-in role. Whoever they bring in as a youngster, they're probably going to draft in the second round. I think Quentin Ewers is probably a perfect fit for the New York Giants. You wait for 6 weeks, 7 weeks. You bring Quentin in. If he fails, then you bring in another quarterback next year because it's a better quarterback class. I think the Giants, and maybe even Quentin Ewers in the 3rd round, because they have 2 third-round draft picks, if I'm not mistaken. So, and he could fall to the 3rd round. So I just look at the Giants right now and the whole Aaron Rodgers thing. Why would you bring Aaron Rodgers in when you bring in Jameis Winston? It's not likely. I think if Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, he probably doesn't sign anywhere. And that goes back to Aaron Rodgers really making a decision on not going back on Pat McAfee's show. If he decided that he wasn't, I think he'd be with the New York Jets right now and Aaron Glenn and that new coaching staff. But he made his mistakes and he made his bed and he's going to sleep in it. As far as the bed is concerned in New York, it won't be with the New York Giants. That's for sure. Jameis Winston is not the right guy. I think he's great right now. I think he's great at what he does on social media. I think his Instagram is growing. I think his YouTube channel and everything that he's doing right now, social media-wise, this guy could be a guy on CBS. This guy could be on Fox as a broadcaster. As far as a quarterback in the NFL, he doesn't belong in the NFL anymore. I don't know why anybody thinks that this is a good fit with the Giants, and the Giants are still reaching. And this tells me one thing. Joe Shane is on his way out. This is not good news for any Giant fan. If you had a chance to get Russell Wilson in there and sign Russell Wilson, you should have done it. Aaron Rodgers is not the guy. I love Aaron. I think Aaron Rodgers is the greatest quarterback I've seen, and I'll say it again. In a 13-year stint, there's nobody better than him. But this story right now, and you hear that Jameis Winston is the guy, and I don't care what Saquon says. Love Saquon as a player. He's not a GM. He is not an executive, and he's not a coach. For him to come out and tell the Giants to sign this guy is an absolute jackass statement. This makes the Giants even look like more of a jackass. And if they bring Shador in, biggest jackass organization of all time. This is a big mistake. Big, huge mistake for the New York football blue men that are going to have blue balls at the end of the season.
Yeah, the Giants are stuck in a quarterback corner. I think Fish was mentioning a few weeks ago, too, when they couldn't get Stafford. I think that whatever scenario was going to become, it wasn't going to, it's going to be a game changer.
Speedy,
now,
you know what blue balls is?
No.
Okay. All right. Just
but Jameis Winston for $4 million a year, it's fine. It's not going to move the needle. The Giants are not going to get that much better just winning games with him. But I do like it for a couple reasons. One of which I think he
Pain.
I do think he did well, like managing himself in a really toxic team culture with the Browns, which I think could help the Giants progressively a little. I also like in terms of the arm talent potentially for Jalen Hyatt if they actually start to play him, maybe to develop a little more. They've been looking for this big arm guy for a while. They haven't really had those types of quarterbacks. Besides that, again, you're not really dealing with much. He's going to have 20 interceptions probably if he starts the whole season. I don't think it's really going to change the quarterback draft plans for the Giants anyway. I think whatever they would have done, they're going to stick to doing regardless. But it's fine though. For $4 million a year, you're not breaking the bank. I think it's fine.
Well, it's up to $8 million a year, right, with incentives, something like that for Jameis. But look, in baseball, if you have a guy that's a 30-30 guy, that's a great player. But if your quarterback throws 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions like Jameis Winston did in 2019, that's not what you want. And unfortunately, that's who the Giants just got with this guy.
13 touchdowns and 12 interceptions last year.
Well, I think he's going to throw a lot more touchdowns than he did last year because he didn't play the whole season. I think Malik Neighbors is going to get lots of targets. He's going to be a happy man. However, Jameis just throws the ball up. We know this about Jameis Winston. He thinks he can complete every pass. And if he doesn't complete it, oh, well, such a short memory, he's just going to do it again. And you like that irrational confidence, but he's not a winning player. Let's just face it. And if this is Joe Shane's solution, I mean, look, it's backup quarterback money. Maybe they are still in the market for Rodgers. I don't think he's much better at this point in his career. If it's a long-term goal, he's better than Jameis, but it's not like they're going to go to the playoffs with him with this roster. So what are we doing?
I got a question for him. What would he rather, Ivory or Dial? Because whatever he needs or whatever he needs to wash himself with, he needs to cleanse himself after this one. This is an absolute ball shaker, Speedy. Blue balls, baby. All right, bring him on.
All right, Jeff.
Let's go.
This move.
Of course
you do.
Of course.
How could you not love this move? Right? This
Pretty
is
easily.
exactly the move every Giants fan deserves, right? Let's throw some more interceptions. I haven't met a Giants fan that I'm like, they're all dummies. Every last one. So I am so happy to see the Giants fans miserable. This is what they deserve.
Why?
Chris Winston, enjoy it.
Oh, this is an absolute debacle.
We'll enjoy our 570-yard passes a year and 20 interceptions.
Oh my God, it's going to be so horrible to watch this guy on a football field. And Giant fans.
To be fair, he's not that bad, right? Like he wasn't. He was all right with Cleveland last year. Oh yeah, he threw some interceptions and stuff, but it was Cleveland. He did the best he could in Cleveland. He's not that bad.
Dude, he is not that good. I mean, he's thrown more interceptions than touchdowns.
And not for nothing, you're complaining about a backup quarterback. Like, is he really going to be like the starter?
Yeah, yes. I absolutely believe he's going to be the starter this year. They're not bringing in a quarterback. They're not drafting Shador. I do not believe the Giants are stupid. If they're stupid enough to do that, this organization is doomed. They're doomed. as an organization if they bring Shedeur Sanders in. I don't know. You have Jameis Winston trying to tutor a guy like Shedeur Sanders. Oh my God! You want to talk about a debacle? Hey, let's go to the supermarket and go steal some crab legs.
I was gonna say,
Perfect.
I don't know if Shedeur might not need mentoring for that.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense why the Giants would do that, bringing in Jameis Winston. I think it's a bad move by the Giants. I think they had a better opportunity getting Russell Wilson in, because if you're going to bring in Shedeur, at least you get a guy in that can actually tutor him on the sidelines. I just think this is a bad move. This is a bad move and shows Joe Shane's incompetence on where he is as a GM. And it shows me, hey, I'm gonna run and gun and hope that I get a slam dunk here, because if I don't, I'm going to be looking for a new job. Or I'm going back to Buffalo as an executive over there, as a vice president of players' asses. I don't know. I don't know.
Or he'll go back with Bill Belichick in North Carolina.
That's true too.
Who would Jeff draft for the Giants?
Who would you draft?
He's so knowledgeable.
So Coach Fish wanted me to ask you who you would draft for the Giants at number 3.
Who I would draft?
Who would you draft?
I mean, it depends. Like, are we in agreement that Cam Ward is going number 1?
More than likely.
I'm thinking that way.
More than likely now. I mean.
And are we basically in agreement, kind of, for the most part, that the Browns are drafting Abdul Carter?
No,
I don't think I do not believe the Browns are going to draft Abdul Carter because of giving Myles Garrett what they gave him. So I don't.
Right. But I think they're better off making their strength even stronger and putting Abdul Carter on the other side of Myles Garrett, because the offense is just going to stink anyways, right?
Probably.
Like, that just is what it is. This quarterback class isn't like a slam dunk. Abdul Carter's probably the best player in the draft. The best player doesn't always go number 1, right? The Titans are drafting for need, right? So, who's Cleveland taking? Because you can't just say everybody's there.
I think they get Travis Hunter. I think they're going to draft Travis Hunter. I think it makes a lot of sense. That's an organization that would do something like that. You can move him so many places, and somebody like Stefanski will use him in his offense and also use him in his defense. He would be more used as a corner than he is as a.
Then if that's the case, the Giants have to take Abdul Carter.
I would agree.
Yes,
I would agree.
Oh yeah,
I would agree. Because then they get the pass rusher of the future, and they have Dexter Lawrence, in the middle, and they have him on the outside. That's pretty scary, and I think that's what the Giants should do.
And I don't think that's crazy. And then I wouldn't put it past them to either maybe try to trade back into the first for like a Jackson Dart, or maybe stay where they are and look at Jalen Milroe.
I don't hate taking a swing on Miller. Where do you think you go? Like 3rd, 4th round, something like that, or you think you'll go earlier?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends on what do the Raiders do? Who's there when the Raiders pick?
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Pete Carroll comes from an organization, the Seahawks, that loves to draft very unconventionally in the first round, and then they draft great the rest of the draft.
Right. Like, I mean, it's also very possible. I don't think it's likely, but it's also very possible that you would see it go Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart. Like, that could happen. Quarterbacks just go, right?
Jackson Dart is not a first-round player.
Jackson Dart is not going to be in the top 10. He'll be a late first-round draft.
I'm thinking he could be like a project quarterback for the Rams too, potentially.
I would lean that way as well, but I would also just give you the cautionary tale of Baker Mayfield.
True.
Right? When Baker Mayfield was coming in the draft, everyone said he's the 32nd pick. Bill Belichick then goes, I like Baker Mayfield. Then he was the 24th pick. Then he was the 15th pick. Then he was the 12th pick, and went all the way up to number 1. And that's just because he was a quarterback and someone said that they liked him. Right? So I don't think Jackson Dart's a top 3 draft pick, but it still could happen.
No, it could happen.
It could.
It could. And I think the Giants would be stupid to not get the Penn State pass rusher over there at the other corner. I think you put that guy on the edge and you have Dexter Lawrence. I mean, you solidify your defense for the future. I don't know if that's going to save Joe Shane after bringing in Jameis Winston, but at least if obviously Abdul Carter has a decent season or stays healthy, and shows his talent, maybe it saves him for another year where he can draft a quarterback.
It also gives him flexibility for what they do because his contract is going to be coming up soon.
It is
Kayvon
not
Thibodeau.
It's not going to be Shedeur Sanders. I'm telling you right now, there's no way in hell the Giants are drafting Shedeur Sanders.
Could be.
I'm telling you.
It could be though.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there.
They don't seem like that kind of organization.
The Jameis Winston thing doesn't feel like they brought him in to be a starter.
I think they did. I think they did.
I mean, it doesn't feel that way.
I think
right?
I think they
and if he's gonna start, it would seem like it would be like a Jacoby Brissett situation last year with the Patriots, where like whoever the Giants draft, because if they don't get a quarterback in the first round, it's going to be second or third round. They're getting a quarterback.
I think Quinn Ewers might be there in the third round. I think the Giants should scoop him up.
So
That's who I want to.
This Winston thing could be like the new Jacoby Brissett, where they're like, oh, we're going to play him for 6 or 7 weeks, and then we're going to play the rookie.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
I mean, it doesn't feel like he's we're giving the team the. I wish they would. I think Jameis to Neighbors will be electric.
It'll be something.
Because he's going to throw 15 touchdowns to Neighbors and 20 interceptions thrown to him.
Pretty much.
It's going to be unbelievable.
I think you're out of your friggin' mind, but that's just me. But
I mean, who knows? The Giants could. I mean, the Giants are such a shitty, terribly run organization.
I know the other team over there in New York is not so better.
We're on our way up.
There he goes.
We're doing all right. Like we're doing all right.
Are you listening to Turb? Are you listening to him?
I love how you guys. I love how you guys say New York, but you guys play in New Jersey. Like you can't say that.
Come on.
Hey, give Robert Turbin some credit. Usually the guests come out here and bash the Jets.
Yeah, that's true. Turb, I like Turb. I think he was great.
It might have been like the third or fourth guest ever that wasn't a former Jet to actually say good things about the Jets.
Thank you, Speedy. Could you zip your nugget over there, please?
Yeah, I mean, the Giants really just need BPA. That's really just what they need. You know?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they should hire Joe Shane's son to be the GM of the team. He was right about everything that happened last year in the draft. So I mean,
yeah, I just feel like they should just go BPA, and if they do that, I mean, they're going to get someone with talent. I don't know how much I trust Travis Hunter.
I know,
I'm not sure Travis Hunter's the best cornerback in the draft.
I don't
think so either.
I don't think he's the best wide receiver, and I don't think he's the best corner. I think he's. I wouldn't say he's overrated, but I think they're blowing him out of proportion. I think.
Who do you like better, Speedy, the Michigan kid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I would have. I think the best cornerback in the draft didn't even play last year.
Who's that?
Javon Ravel.
Interesting. Jeff,
I mean, it's the same with offensive tackle. The best offensive tackle might not have played last year.
Jeff, call up next. Call up on Thursday. We're going to talk a lot about the NFL and the draft coming up. So call up.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, and I'm also excited for Giants fans' team. They're all a bunch of cunts.
Speedy, when I put my finger up, I told you to. I wonder if this guy actually knows what the fist sounds like. Okay. I'm going to smack him silly. I told you to practice. When I put my thing, it means mute. Jesus Christ. Crazy. All right, one more guy. Let Tommy come. He's a Giant fan. I like to hear his take, and we'll get off the subject. That pisses me off, Speedy.
Well, just one thing I want to touch on is just that this team is very much not one quarterback away from getting anywhere near a playoff push, let alone actually making some noise in the playoffs. But one thing I want to say is that the Aaron Rodgers thing isn't happening. All right. Aaron Rodgers isn't happening.
Duh.
He's probably, duh. that isn't happening in New York. And now we have Jameis Winston.
Pain.
I know Owen said there's the thing is that there's bright things, I guess you could say, about Jameis Winston. He lets it fly. I do think that him and Neighbors could get good connections. I just don't think that this is going to be the quarterback that we need. I don't think this is going to be the quarterback that's going to get us over. This is going to get us even 9-10 games this season at all. He's definitely going to be up there throwing He's definitely going to be up there throwing the ball. It's just not going to be touchdowns, and it's going to be more interceptions, and it's going to be. If he could ratio it out, then I could say, hey, this team's going to win 5 games. But I don't even think I could say that with Jameis Winston.
You
on
just
the
made
team.
my nipples hard.
I wonder if this did make Joba's nipples hard.
I'm telling you right
Randy?
now, this is an absolute dud, and the Giants are going to regret doing this. And it's going to make Joe Shane look like the incompetent GM he is, and it's going to cause a lot of problems in that locker room because I don't think Jameis Winston is a team player. He's a me player. And I just don't. And I like Jameis Winston. He comes from Florida State. He won a national championship. I love him. What is he saying right over here? Jameis.
So Jameis, the crab legs in the East River are not edible.
That's true. He's right about that. He's definitely right about that.
Those ain't crab legs. Those are rat legs over there.
All right. Bring Owen in as we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news flow. We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
All right, guys. Dial It Up is back once again. We got a bunch of quick stories to go through right now. So first story of the day. Errol, Puka Nacua wants to retire at age 30. He told this podcast called Join the Lobby that he wants to retire at 30 like Aaron Donald, although Aaron Donald retired at 32. To go out at the top, I think, would be super cool. Nacua is 23 and wants to be healthy enough to play with his future kids that he wants to have 5 of. But he has none yet and is making this statement. Errol, dial it up.
Let's ask Tyreek Hill, because I remember Tyreek Hill saying this same thing a couple of years ago when he was 28, when he signed that extension with the Dolphins. And is he retired yet? Is he going to retire? Because he's 30. Not going to happen. Puka Nacua will not retire at the age of 30. I think he'll play as long as he can if Sean McVay is there. If Sean McVay is gone, maybe that will work in his favor. I just look at the position that he's in. He has a chance to be one of the best wide receivers we've seen in a very long time, and especially where he's coming from. This guy was what? A 4th or 5th round draft pick. He's just like Cooper Kupp. He's an extraordinary player. This guy is superstar. He is superstar right over it. I don't think there's anybody that I've seen in the league that can do so many things that he could do. He could play in a slot. He could play in the outside. He's better than Cooper Kupp was when he came into the league. He's special. I think that he has an opportunity to break records and be one of the best wide receivers of this era. So I do not see it. Tyreek Hill said the same thing. I think he's staying for at least at the age of 32, especially if Sean McVay's still there.
32 is about the age Aaron Donald retired. So that's what he's kind of saying, if that's who he's modeling his career after him. What I say to him is good for him. His contract's up in 2 years. He's going to get a big payday, probably a 5-year contract, and maybe he just says, I'm hanging it up. Like, he's not like Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill is all about the money. He needs it. He's getting in trouble with the law, all his kids, whatever else he does on the side. So I think if he says it, he's probably going to mean it. He's
Puka said that he wants 5 kids. So he's got to pay those kids.
Yeah, but he's got one of those faces. He's got one of those faces that they could just put on Fox Football and be an analyst and get paid just as much, where he's not taking the hits. Nobody thought Andrew Luck was going to retire when he did either. And he just said, I'm done. I think good for him. If that's what he wants to do, that's his path. I don't think he cares about the records or anything like
Everybody,
that.
I also think that it's all about, the camaraderie. He's come out and said that it's the playing football in a locker room with the teammates that he's playing with. He absolutely enjoys it. I disagree. I think he's going to play longer than 30. But if he does, congratulations to him. I just don't see it.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, let's move on to the next story. This is a baseball story. Mookie Betts is suffering from a mysterious stomach ailment and is questionable for the start of the season. He has been unable to play for most of the preseason because of this issue and scratched earlier today, although he was supposed to play shortstop today. He's lost over 18 pounds, and he can't keep down solid food. He's throwing up all the time, he says. He's going to be undergoing more tests, but a quote from him said, I weigh 157 pounds. And that is underweight, way underweight. Errol, dial it up.
Stop eating in Japan, okay? Whatever you ate in Japan obviously got you sick, buddy. I don't know. Maybe it's crickets. Maybe it's a snake. Maybe it's an alligator. Whatever you ate over there obviously was poisonous. I have no idea what's going on with Mookie Betts. I'm 157 pounds. My right arm is heavier than he is. I have no idea. But he's a sensational player. If he doesn't play for a significant amount of time, it's going to screw the Dodgers lineup up. This guy is as good a hitter in the league as anybody, especially being he can hit third, he can hit first, he can hit fourth as cleanup. It's a terrible story, and I feel bad for him, but stay out of Japan, man. I've heard this stuff before. Don't eat the crickets. That protein is bad for you, Mookie.
It's not even like, and we've talked about this before too. It's like a lot of guys have not wanted to go over and whatever. And I'm not saying it's from where he went or what it is. And like, God forbid, like I hope this is not something that he has to deal with, because obviously you don't want that. But if he says he's at 157 pounds now, I don't think this is just from him going over there. And that's the hard part, because like when I read that this morning, I'm just like, you're 157 pounds. Oh, I just hit my microphone. Sorry.
Stop hanging out with Jose Canseco.
157 pounds. Like, I know, I get you, Mook. You're not 7 feet tall, but like 157 pounds, like that's crazy. That's crazy to me. So we'll dial it up and be like, hey, figure it out.
Stop eating
That's
crickets.
all I can say.
Stop eating alligator. Stop eating snakes. Whatever you're doing over there, Japan's food could get you really, really sick. That's all I know about that. When I was in Japan, I'll never forget it. I was there for a month. The food over there is extraordinary.
We're talking about this with our producer who's sick as shit right now.
Yeah.
It's not because of eating. That's
I think he actually had it before they got to Japan. I don't think he
100%.
He didn't play in those games.
I'm just being silly.
I agree with that.
So
Like, it was
it's
something
very
here.
curious what's happening with him. But
Somebody poison him over there?
I didn't think
Maybe
they,
it's Otani. Otani's poisoning
I don't
people
think
now.
they poisoned him. I think they was just
The interpreter from
it was
jail is
here.
getting his revenge.
That's right. It was
poisoning
Ippei,
people.
Mizuhara.
Ippei is poisoning back to revenge.
Otani's poisoning everybody.
Mizuhara's revenge. Is that what it's going to be called?
Sasaki. He drank too much Sasaki.
Sounds like a horror movie. Mizuhara's revenge.
All right. Let's go to the next one. Errol, you actually covered this in Golf Clap of the Day, but my take on this was the opposite of yours. So I left it in. Now, the Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy is suing his ex-fiance for extortion and abuse. Now, earlier this month, he was charged with domestic violence against his girlfriend, but he wasn't charged. He was picked up for it, and the district attorney let him go without any charges whatsoever, which is quite irregular. Now, you could say it's because he's a football player. That's fine. However, the details of his suit are very fascinating. He says that he caught her cheating on him and tried to throw her out of his house for 10 days, where she then attacked him in his game room, vandalized his PlayStation, ripped out some of his hair, and has the hair in his game room with his broken PS5, and that she stole $30,000 in cash from his room. He is seeking $250,000 to $1 million in damages. Now, his ex-fiance is actually an Olympic medalist named Tia Jones.
Yeah, I remember.
So, Errol, with this added information, I know that we're so trained to say, look, we don't want to defend these guys. Usually the NFL guy is guilty. But what if he is not in this case? Errol, dial it up.
Oh, it's pretty simple. First of all, anybody that kicks their girlfriend out of the house for 10 days is ridiculous. Oh, you might as well just throw her out completely. 10 days. You got a 10-day suspension. Get out of my house.
No, he was trying to throw her out for 10 days and she wouldn't leave.
That's fine. 10-day suspension. I'm throwing her out for 10 days. First of all, I don't care what she did to him. She's a woman, okay? She could scratch him, bite him, beat him up. As long as she doesn't shoot him or stab him, he shouldn't be putting his hands on her. Okay. So that's my take on it. I think he's wrong. Okay. Now, I understand what you're saying. He's a football player. This guy's a guy that plays with these guys, these big, strong, muscle-bound guys, and he's complaining that a woman beat him up and he's suing her. What kind of man are you? You're a professional football player, and you're going to sue her for $250,000. How bad does that make you look? So my opinion to this is stop being a baby. Stop being a baby. That's all I'm going to say. You're a baby, Xavier Worthy, and you're not worthy to be on a football field. That's my opinion.
So you're probably right. Let's face it. This is what usually happens with NFL players.
You'll never know, though.
We don't know.
We never know.
But you always worry, right? You always worry that, someone's going to take advantage. There was this great rap song years and years ago by Common called Testify. And it was all, which is one of my favorite tracks. And it's all about a guy getting set up by his girl and putting him away for life so she can run off with all the money and et cetera, right?
By the way, that song is true, by the way. All his music is true.
Common was wonderful back then, in my opinion. I haven't listened to him much recently, but I'm sure he is. He was great.
One of the nicest
you always worry.
One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, too, as far as
really
artists. Really, really good.
Good actor, too. He's in this show called Silo on Apple
I know.
TV+.
I know. I've
Pretty
been
good
watching
show.
it.
Good
I've been
one,
watching
right?
it. Yeah, I love him. I love everything about him.
So I just wanted to put it out there. He may not be guilty, and this may be like the one exception that proves the rule. So again, let's reserve judgment on Xavier Worthy. He's not Rashi Rice going joyriding and then doing whatever he did. We don't know.
Judgment is different in this aspect because it's obviously blown out of proportion because we don't really know the truth.
Yeah. All right, let's move on.
Let's find it happen.
We'll see. I'm sure it'll play out. So next one, I told you we we're going to come back to this guy. Here he is. Sandro Mamuklashvili made NBA history.
Name, by the way.
Made NBA history with 34 points in 19 minutes against the Jalen Brunson-less Knicks.
Yeah, I remember.
For some reason, he was mobbed on court by Flava Flav.
I saw that
in the game.
Yeah.
So my question is the flavor of love in San Antonio for another big man not named Wemby? Errol, dial it up.
Not a chance. I don't know what the hell. This kid, great job for him to go out there on a national television stage and beat the Knicks and put up 30 points. It's sensational. You love to see those Cinderella guys do what he was doing. And again, favorite Flav's from New York. Why is he out on a basketball court congratulating a San Antonio Spurs?
Trying to stay relevant. That's what he's trying to do.
Tell him to take his clock and shove it up his ass, okay? I don't want to see Flavor Flav on a basketball court rooting for another team. He's a Knick fan, and I see him at Knicks games. He shouldn't be on the court hugging and making love to another guy on the basketball court. Where's Karl Anthony Towns? Where is any one of those guys? Anybody? Obi Toppin. He's not no longer on a team, but at least he was a Knick. I honest to God, I don't know this. I don't know this guy personally. He's got a weird last name that I can't pronounce. All I could say is congratulations to him. He'll probably never do this again. And Flava Flav could remember this as a picture on his wall that this guy will never be thought of again. So congratulations to Flava Flav to being irrelevant once again.
Yeah, to go on that last part. This guy is most likely never going to put up that stat line again. I'm not saying he's not a good player. I mean, he had a great game, a phenomenal game without, of course, certain pieces of the Knicks. Their star captain on the Knicks, but I doubt this is going to be the guy that is their big man over Wemby anytime soon. Wemby is looking like he's going to be the future for this team. This team is really behind him, so I don't ever see something like this happening. But hey, he played a good game. That's for something, I guess, right?
I got to throw this in. I remember watching the second season of Flavor of Love. Flava Flav
Loved it.
Reality show. Now, Jabba, if you watched it, you'll remember that there was an episode where a woman is getting dressed and she's going down the stairs, and
Bridget Nielsen.
No. This is not a winner. This is a woman who dropped a deuce as she was walking down the stairs.
I remember that.
I just believe dropping a deuce. And guess what? He didn't get rid of her. He kept her around for like 6 more eliminations.
Typical Flava Flav.
Anyway. I had to throw that one in there. And we've got one more story. This is a great one. If you were
That's why he's
following
from
the
Wine
tournament.
Dance, baby. That's why he's from Wine Dance. Just saying. That's all I'm going to say.
Amir Aura Khan getting a
Oh,
$100,000 NIL deal. I mean, McNeese State's student manager is the most well-paid non-athlete by an NIL money ever. You'll see his Buffalo Wild Wings boombox that he brought out with him. He was reportedly going to follow his head coach, Will Wade, to NC State, but backtracked on that earlier today. Great quote from Amir Khan. If they kept manager stats for rebounds and wiping up spots on the court, I'd put up Wilt Chamberlain numbers. Errol, dial it up.
Who the hell is this guy? What? I mean, Amir Khan? I mean, seriously.
Amir Aura Khan.
I'm sorry. I'd probably rather listen to Genghis Khan, okay? I have no idea why this guy is making $100,000. He's making more money than me, and he's talking about cleaning floors. How about he clean somebody's ass? How about I bend over and he can wipe my ass? What a crappy fucking story. Excuse my language. This is ridiculous. How could NIL pay this man to wipe floors and carry a boombox on a basketball court? What a joke. What? I seriously don't understand.
It makes no sense to me. Like
No, it doesn't.
I understand what it is, and like, you know, you have those guys, and like, you know, I think about it like bullpen catchers or, you know, something that, but I'm like, really, dude? Like, you're doing that, and good for him for profiting off of, like,
Capitalizing on something ridiculous.
You can't hate on him for that. But I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're not doing a damn thing. Like, you're not. And it's like, good for him. Like, I won't talk bad about him.
I'll send him an ice shaker because he's going to need that after this year because nobody's going to
No,
give
I'll
him
probably get a fucking deal from them too. Like, you just
if
don't
they
ever
do.
know, man. It's like,
if they do, they're big.
he got put in a position to where he took advantage, right? And I think it's absolutely crazy, but that's the world we live in now.
Well, good. You know what, the world, if that's the case, tell NIL I want $1 million. I'll go out there and dance naked on the middle of a basketball court, and they could give me an NIL deal. How about I put a nice little hat on my little floppy dopper over here and dance around with, you know, my floppy dopper and his and a man, you know, in a man thong or whatever the hell it is. Honest to God, if they're paying this guy $100,000 to wipe the floor and bring in a boombox, and I could do a lot more crazier things.
He's not even doing anything. They're like, oh, he even has a security team now. And
Good for him. Good for him.
I mean, the kids, they're all wearing shirts of him as they walk out onto the court. It's like he's their mascot. Is
he related to Nathan? Because that's
no, he didn't have a leash. He had a speaker.
Speedy, did you ever try to be like a team manager for a sports team or anything like that when you were in school?
My first year of high school with volleyball, because I only made the JV team.
He was the one collecting the balls.
But no, everyone did that.
Did you ever bring a boombox with you?
Let Speedy peek. We want to hear him speak. Like, so what was it?
What was
Speedy? Go ahead.
Yeah, I did the stats. I was good at that, and I did some of the scoreboard stuff. But that was no. Everyone had to go shag the balls.
Shag the ball.
Shag the ball.
Shag the ball. There's a take right there. Shag the balls.
I was trying to give Speedy that, and then he drops that, and I'm like, dang it.
Well, guys,
not much to it, Joba. It was a high school volleyball managing team.
Shagging the balls.
Right? It wasn't like this with a freaking NIL.
If you were just born the wrong generation, Speedy, you would be getting Amir Khan type money these days, I'm pretty sure. And guys, that has been yet another rousing edition of Dial It Up.
No human if they beluga whale. Oh, Speedy. Shag the balls. Wow, that's good. That's a good one. I've never heard you say that, Speedy. Have you ever shagged the balls?
Everyone had to on that team.
Well,
everyone had to.
So if I was there, I had to shag the balls too?
Yes.
How about taking showers together? Did you shag the balls there too? All right, I'm just asking. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more segment as we call this, What's That Smell?
What is that smell?
What's that smell?
Wow. You don't see that every day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this What's That Smell? It's pretty simple. All we do is we're going to go around in a circle and we're going to talk about a story that either irks us
Well,
or
no, time
makes
out. It's not a circle. We go in squares.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's like a circle or a square, backwards, frontwards, or maybe
It's
medial.
geometrical. Let's face
There
it.
you go. Geometrical. I like that, right?
Hey,
10
let's talk to the teacher. Is this geometrical in how we do it?
It doesn't matter what it is.
I would just say anything with shapes, you could say geometrical.
Okay.
You
know more than me, so I'll let you have it.
It's fine. If you want to have it, you can have it too.
No, I obviously I don't. It's not circles. I know that.
Don't matter what it is. I love you, Speedy. You have to admit, I do love you. You're sitting there.
Speedy,
probably
can you
saying,
smile, please, one time?
I feel like he's biting his lip in anger right now.
No, he doesn't bite his lip in anger, but he might be biting something tonight. You know, right, Speedy? What are you going to be biting after work? What are you going to do? You like the hard taco or the soft taco?
Tonight, hard.
Tonight, hard.
I have the Dorito taco.
Oh, we like the
Ooh.
Dorito one. Ranch or regular nacho?
The nacho.
You like them nacho?
Yes.
Right?
Speedy,
Blue Ranch.
I'm in there like swimwear.
Yeah, swimwear. You like sour cream in yours?
Hold on, time out, Speedy.
Oh, there it is. He's got his tacos. He's ready. Oh, there's the ash treat or whatever. Ass cracker.
Are we trying to foreshadow what
I
the
almost
smell here?
Did
Tom?
you hear when I said the ash treat?
The ass treat?
The ash treat. What do you think,
treat.
Speedy?
They do say crack kills, so
I'm trying
It
to
definitely kills.
I'm trying to figure out what job this kid's playing right now.
I think he's coming back with a Doritos taco
There
supreme.
it goes.
right
The
now.
ash treat is ready to perform. There it is. Oh, is the ash
All right,
treat.
Java, what do we got in this return here? Oh, there you go.
There he is.
I'd buy them.
He's gonna notch on the nosh, right, Speedy?
I'd buy them.
He buys them, and he loves his sour cream. Do you like the sour cream?
Yeah, it's good.
You like the white sauce?
White sauce.
You like the white sauce? You like the,
What taco sauce is white?
You gotta buy these. These are fantastic.
They are. They're delicious, and
We
we
need the
definitely,
crema.
yeah,
Crema.
yeah. Speedy
I don't
definitely.
know that one.
Speedy, do you like fish tacos?
I've never actually had them before.
We all know that.
I am curious though. Because I have had shrimp. I've had shrimp ones; those are pretty good. Fish ones, I know it's a staple in California. I never actually had them though.
Do you like tuna? Right?
It's okay. It's not something I would put in the taco.
No tuna in the taco. What would you put tuna on?
If you could have a mahi taco, it would change your. Like when I lived
Is that in Hawaii? Where is that?
Yeah, when I lived in Hawaii, yeah.
Oh, it's in Nebraska.
It's definitely not in Nebraska. That's definitely not it.
Well, ask Owen. What do you think, Owen?
If you're getting fish in Nebraska, you are not doing the right thing.
You're probably going in the wrong places, huh?
But
You're gonna end up like Mookie Betts if you're getting fish in Nebraska.
But you need to get the Taco Bell ones from the store, the Doritos Locos Tacos, because they have like the flat shell, so it's so much easier to lay like all of the taco stuff. You
Lay
need
it
to
on.
get them.
Speedy. Lay it on. Lay it on. Nice white sauce, delicious, melting in your mouth, not in your hands, right?
Speedy, I got you.
He
got
likes
you.
you. He
Those are the
likes
ones.
you, man.
Those are the ones you need.
Yeah, you need it. You need it.
It's a
melting
different
in-
kind of smell after Taco Bell Doritos Locos Tacos, by the way.
Oh, you're
100%, depending on who's in the bathroom.
Oh, you're damn right. I'll be on the toilet for about an hour.
Owen literally he'll literally leave. We'll be at the house or do something, and he'll just be like
dropping
on the
deuces.
shitter.
Yeah,
just be
he's
on
a
the
deuce
shitter.
dropper.
Just
He looks like
going
a deuce
hammer.
I'm not like poop, so 30, 40 minutes on the shitter. He filled out a whole like 17 brackets on this shitter.
That whole bracket I did that on the toilet bowl.
Oh my
The
god!
whole bracket on the.
That's why it was so shitty.
I would never even touch his phone. If he's doing a bracket on his toilet, I'm not ever touching his phone. By the way, I want to tell you guys.
Clean.
I want to tell you guys a funny story. The other day, I was racing to the bathroom.
Did you? No, time out. Before you say this,
yeah.
Did you guys bring dude wipes on the road?
No, I don't use dude wipes.
Oh, so you were just going paper to butt?
Yeah, I always do. Yeah, I do it.
No, you're paper to butt all times?
All the time, man. Listen, my doctor told me, he said straight out, you shouldn't be using wipes and you shouldn't be using toilet paper. I said, what do you want me to use? He says, if you're at home, you should be jumping in the shower every time you take a shit. I said, what? So you're telling me every time I go and take a dump to jump in the shower? I mean, I'd be taking 7-8 showers a day.
No chance.
And Tommy would be taking like 50.
You're going
in the shower though.
You're going. There are some times.
Definitely have to wash your ass.
Love our show and love everything that we do.
Mm-hmm.
There are some times, and Owen knows this because I'm late to go over to his house sometimes because I'm like, I took a shit and I need to shower. But you're telling me you're going TP to B all the time? Like,
yes.
You gotta clean that up.
Dude, I am the cleanest person over there. I can tell you that right now. I'm not going to get into this on this live show. I don't want to make anybody sick to this, but I am. I'm as anal as it gets when it comes over there. But that's a whole
literally.
We're
talking literally.
Yes, absolutely clean over there in many different ways. So that's all I'm going to say. Anyways, before we get to what's that smell, I'll tell you guys a quick story. I was in a facility the other day. And I was rushing to the bathroom. I didn't really take a number. I had to go to number one or whatever. So I'm rushing in, and this guy's in front of me.
Just say you have to pee.
I had to go do number one. So
that's a pee. You have to pee.
This guy,
grow up.
This guy's trying. All right, I got to take a whiz, a piss, or whatever.
Thank you.
Drop and this guy had to drop a deuce. Okay, so we're standing over there, and he's trying to dial in the numbers and trying to put the numbers. And I'm like, dude, put the 1800, put the damn numbers on. So he gets into the bathroom, he gets into the shitter. I'm over there in the bathroom and I'm like, one of those, that feels good. This guy is just laying it on the toilet, man. I have never, ever heard anybody actually dude, when I'm talking about dropping a deuce, this guy was like talking to crocodiles, man. This was just poof, poof, poof. Dude, the whole time I was holding my nose, I washed my hands and I'm like, this guy. And as soon as I wash my hands, this guy, I'm not lying to you. I get up and I'm going and say, this guy I don't even think he wiped his ass. He just got up, walked out. I'm walking out the door. I don't even think he washed his hands. He just went right out. I almost threw up. This is a true story. And I'm not going to mention the facility that I was in, but it was disgusting. And I warn people, always, when you're opening up a door, always have a Scott towel in your hands to open it up because you don't know who is washing their hands after they take a nasty, dirty crap. That's all I'm going to say. All right, guys, we're going to go Owen. I'm going to go Coach Fish. We're going to go Scoops, so Poops, Speedy, Joba, me. Let's go.
All right. So for my what's that smell? It's the NCAA tournament. It's the NCAA in general with the transfer portal. I don't know if you guys heard John Calipari. He was getting ready to do his interview, and they're like, "Are you ready for the transfer portal?" And he's like, "When's that?" And they're like, "Monday or Thursday or whenever it opens." And he's like, "Oh, I have to be ready for a game, the Sweet 16. We're in that, So the NCAA has to do a better job.
We talked about this, by the way.
Has to do a better job at obviously making sure that every team has a fair advantage. The coaches are leaving for other teams before the NCAA tournament during it because they have to go recruit kids to their new school. So like McNeese State lost their coach to NC State. I don't think that's fair. In the football aspect, they did the same thing. They were having this transfer portal open, and the teams that were in the Final Four or whatever didn't get the same chance. I think the NCAA has to be better. I think it smells like that Amir Khan's asshole is what it smells like by the NCAA.
It's definitely clean because he likes to clean things.
Is it curry?
Scott
So
certainly
that's
has enough
mine.
money for dude wipes. Look, I got a great one. Deion Sanders and Asante Samuel Sr. have been having a beef online the
Oh,
last
this
3
one.
days.
Oh,
And it's
this
all
one's
about
great.
cornerback technique, which is quite a random thing for two guys. One guy only has like 9 or 8 toes left, and the other guy has been retired. His son plays in the league. So it's about something called a T-step. Now, when cornerbacks backpedal, when they identify the play, they're supposed to come to balance and then drive on the ball, right? So the way that most cornerbacks do that is something called a T-step, where they're skidding their pedal, they'll push off, and they'll bring their first foot up like the capital T, and the other one will push off like the other one. So your feet are shoulder width, and your balance on the balls of your feet. Deion Sanders doesn't believe in this technique, which is kind of a widely accepted cornerback technique. And Asante Samuel let him have it online for it. And then Deion basically told him he was trash, and Asante Samuel put up stats showing that they had the exact same statistics in the NFL with interceptions and everything. I think this is probably why Deion wasn't considered a great tackling corner. He was great at everything else. But if you
He
come
was
to
a
balance,
coverage corner.
he was quite the coverage corner, probably one of the best of all time, if not the best of all time. However, people knew you could run over there because he wasn't going to tackle you very well. So that was kind of the thing with Deion. And Asante Samuel's right. As far as I know with coaching, is you want to come to balance. I don't know exactly what they're teaching in Colorado. Maybe if you're a super talent, you just naturally can come out of your breaks and find a way to be balanced and just read things. I guess Travis Hunter has been successful with it. So maybe Deion does know a little bit what he's talking about. But the same thing with Travis Hunter is I worry about the physicality of football with him because I think he's a coverage corner as well, right? And if you're going to have to tackle, that's why I keep saying I'd like to see him at receiver because I don't think he's going to hold up because he doesn't really tackle well. And this is probably why. That's all I got. Smells like crap to me. A bunch of Deion rotting toes crap.
Ooh. Rotting toes. Love that.
Well, all right then. So for my What's That Smell over the weekend, an internet streamer by the name of Colin Drum, who his whole shtick, he's basically known for looking like CJ Stroud. Now, no lie, I find it funny because if you look at this guy, he legitimately does look like CJ Stroud. He exactly looks like him. The same complexion, dreads, same baby face as CJ Stroud. So this is kind of similar to that Klay Thompson lookalike that we had.
So you're saying he's black?
Better. What's that?
You're saying he's black?
Yeah, man. Same complexion, same skin tone. You know, whole point is that he looks like CJ Stroud down to the T. And I think this is absolutely hilarious. This made the security team. This made the entire. He managed to sneak past an entire security tone just because he looked like CJ Stroud. Got into a Houston rodeo. So I think this is actually kind of funny. He managed to sneak past the entire security team. So it makes the security team smell like rancid Swiss cheese from the offensive line of the Houston Texans. So there we go.
All right, I'll stay in the state of Texas. Going back to college basketball, they fired their coach, Rodney Terry, after 3 years. They made an Elite Eight run, very close to a Final Four run, overcoming a lot of adversity after everything that happened with Chris Beard in that one season. But Texas, again, going for the allegedly flashy coach. It looks like Sean Miller is going to be that next guy, the same Sean Miller that had all those scandals with Arizona, now coaching Xavier. Made a couple tournament appearances, but they have no defense over there. Obviously, they're going to be NIL, but Ronnie Terry has been a good coach for a while. And they fired him in the best SEC year ever. And you're going to blame him for being an 11 seed. And again, what was the historically best conference in college basketball? So what does that smell like? It smells like the waste that comes out of that comes out of Jerry Jones after he eats some Texas barbecue in Austin.
Hey, that's sometimes good. You can't say that. That's terrible.
Jerry Jones eats it.
Well, true. Mine is I'm obviously gonna switch ventures. Mine is MLB injuries and what it comes to, and I think all these guys trying to be better, do everything, and be the best that they can be. And we've seen injuries, and we talked about this earlier. And it blows my mind that we're seeing this and it smells to me like it's overworking, it's underpreparing, and it's shitty ass parents and shitty ass coaching to not make sure that they are put in the best position. And it just smells to me the lack of understanding. And I know that's boring, but you got to understand that. And you're seeing all this. And I'm like, I'm over it. Put the best people on the damn field. I'm over it. I'm over it. Let the
What does
kids
it
be
smell?
kids. Do all that.
What does it smell? What does it smell like?
I don't know. I don't even know what, like, I can't even put the smell on it because, like, I'm so frustrated. My son being an example, and all the other kids, and all the other guys in the big leagues. Like, we look at it. When you break down, you break down. It's because you didn't, you literally did not stop playing the game. It smells like over using your children.
It doesn't matter what
And
it
some
is.
bullshit. And it smells like absolute. What would I use?
Tuna fish.
Wishing
woman's
that they were them.
All
And that's it. Like, it bothers me.
All right. The final What's That Smell, ladies and gentlemen, goes to the NCAA Women's Tournament.
Oh,
No
God.
Caitlin Clark. Well, numbers are down, ladies and gentlemen. And why are they up still in the millions? Well, because what Caitlin Clark did last year, bringing women's basketball at its highest. And by the way, what is the WNBA players doing to this young lady that shows up and bringing in all these endorsements?
Wanting to sit out.
Absolutely tossing her to the side and not giving her any credit for what she's done for women's basketball. And what is it doing right now for women's basketball? It's growing. Caitlin Clark has been the face of women's basketball over the last 2 seasons. And even though they're down, the ratings are down right now, the tournament is still at its millions. Big Ten championship game drew 1.44 million viewers. The UConn versus USC averaged 2.2 million in viewers on Fox Saturday night primetime matchup. While there was dipping numbers, Caitlin Clark's numbers have been extraordinary for the game of women's basketball. So what does that smell? It smells like the crack in a woman's you-know-what and the cheese that it smells like when it doesn't get cleaned. Ladies and gentlemen, that is What's That Smell. And Speedy, you know what I'm talking about right there, right?
No, but
the crack.
Amir might.
Split the session over there, and it smells.
Hey, Errol, it's actually
I don't know.
worse.
Always put that smell. I think that's all Amir Khan's specialty.
You like cutting cheese, right, Speedy?
You say the women's tournament has been down. Well, the best player in the women's tournament left with a bad knee injury tonight, Juju Watkins. She went down holding her knee. There's some bad shots of it. They had to carry her off the floor.
That's not good. That's not good. But she's not Caitlin Clark. And no offense
She's
to
sophomore,
her.
so you know.
Yeah, but like what Caitlin
like
Clark.
29 per game score.
But what Caitlin Clark is, what she did for the game, for the WNBA, and with the Olympic team, and what they did to her. Her and Reese should have been on the Olympic team. I don't care if they won gold. Diana Taurasi stands for one thing. She stands for a complete ass. And thank God she retired, because I think she just doesn't help the game by her speaking and saying the things that she said about this young lady that's only helped bring in endorsements and money to the women's game of basketball. So, and that's why you see the numbers are up. They have never broken 1 million until last year, which, by the way, it broke. If I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at the numbers right now. I'm bringing up the women's numbers last year. 18.7 million. 19 million people watched the championship game. 18.7 million throughout the tournament, and only one game, 19 million watched. That says a lot. What are you making faces for?
I was trying to figure out what happened to Joba here. That's all.
He's lost. Anyways, well, somebody's lost. I'm lost in translation.
There he is.
You know, Anyways, yeah. So 18.7 million throughout the tournament, 19 million for the championship game. It says only one thing. It says what it says. Caitlin Clark stands for everything for women's basketball, for the future and for the present. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our show. Obviously, thank you to our new friend, Robert Turbin, for joining us. It's not Turpin, it's Turbin, the Turbster, and we're going to set up a dance for him so we can create some, Turbin discussion in the future. The Turbers, right, Speedy? You'll be a Turber, right? You'll be a backup dancer for him, right? You do your Rockette gigs. That'll be good for you. Anyways, thank you to him. And thank you to all the fans. Keep following us on social media. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of them. Apple, Spotify, YouTube. Go on all the social medias. Odyssey right now. We're on a ton of platforms. Go check us out. If you haven't checked out Job in the Mouth, well, you should be checking out Instagram. It's all Job in the Mouth. It's very easy. Or you say Joba. I don't know why everybody calls him Joba. It's Joba, all right? Joba and the mouth. It's very simple. So it's pretty simple. I don't know what's wrong with you guys, but if you can't spell it, I can send that to you guys as well. Anyways, that's it for our show. We'll be back on Thursday, not Wednesday anymore for the rest until probably July. But as of right now, it'll be Monday and Thursday. As always, thank you, Mr. COVID Man, for joining us. I know you're busy dealing with the sweats and probably a lot of craps and, whatever you're doing over there. How's your wife doing, by the way?
She's got it too, and she's passed out right now. She's been struggling.
Tell her we wish her nothing but the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
We wish you nothing but the best, and more to come. Who do we have on Thursdays?
All right, returning to the show, a guy that Errol and him have gone back and forth a lot. Austin Krell, who's an NBA analyst. He now works for the Sixers on Patterson. 76ers guy. He also has his own company now, AK Austin Krell Film Room. He'll be joining us at 9 o'clock. Yes, and if you want a top 5 list of guests that go at it with Errol, he's definitely in that mix. Including sticking up for all Errol's favorite basketball players: Joel Embiid, Julius Randle, and of course Steph Curry.
And where are all of those guys at right now? Okay, except Steph Curry. I mean, Julius Randle's actually playing pretty good basketball over the last couple of weeks. But I mean, honestly, Austin Krell. I love you, man. But if you bring up any of your rubbish craziness, I will attack you on Thursday night. I promise you, this won't be an easy interview for you, and I might it might turn into fireworks. It did last time.
Oh, it did. It always does.
It definitely did. So, and he is he got a job with the 76ers. He's doing big things right now, and I wish him all the luck in the world. His journalism and everything that he does, he's a great personality. He's just out of his friggin' mind. He really is. He's probably drinking, smoking, sniffing some lines, as we all know. Speedy, you like sniffing some lines, as we all do, right? Have you ever sniffed lines?
I'm not the one.
You like powder on your donuts? How thick do you like to be? Good for me.
I'm not the one that has that kind of specialty. That might be up Nathan's alley.
There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back on Thursday. Enjoy the tournament. Thursday we'll be starting. We'll be getting into that. There's a lot to get into in the Sweet 16. Until then, we're done. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.